Some places in Skyrim are dangerous, some are isolated, some are disturbing. But every once in a while, you find a location that somehow manages to be all these things at the same time. The kind of place that makes you feel uncomfortable the moment you arrive, not because of a difficult enemy or a powerful boss, but because something about it just feels wrong. Maybe it's hidden far from civilization, buried deep beneath the earth, surrounded by death, or carrying the remnants of a tragedy the world has long forgotten. These are the places where Skyrim feels at its darkest. Locations so remote, so hostile or unsettling that they seem completely disconnected from the rest of the province. Places where help is never coming, where the atmosphere alone tells a story, and where simply being there can leave a stronger impression than any other quest ever could. Because sometimes the most memorable locations in Skyrim aren't the grand cities or famous landmarks, they're the places you wish you'd never found at all. Skyrim is a game full of danger. Bandits lurk in the hills, necromancers conduct dark rituals in hidden caves, and vampires prey on the unsuspecting. But when it comes to the cities, one stands out as a place where lawlessness and violence seem to be woven into the very fabric of its history. Windhelm. Windhelm is the oldest city in Skyrim, a place that has endured for thousands of years. It has seen war, revolution, and tragedy, and through it all, crime has remained a constant presence. From racial tensions and organised crime to the infamous Butcher murders, Windhelm is a city teetering on the edge of chaos. But what exactly is the crime rate in Windhelm? To understand crime in Windhelm, we have to start with the city itself. Windhelm is the capital of Eastmarch, a cold and unwelcoming place that is currently at the heart of Skyrim's civil war. As the stronghold of Ulfric Stormcloak, it is the political centre of the rebellion against the Empire. This means that, even under normal circumstances, Windhelm is already a city divided. Unlike Solitude, which is tightly controlled by the Empire, or Riften, where crime is openly run by the Thieves Guild, Windhelm's crime is more insidious. It is a city where corruption, racial hatred, and lawlessness all intertwine, creating an environment where justice is either slow or non-existent. Windhelm's guards answer directly to Ulfric, and while they maintain order on the surface, they also turn a blind eye to many of the city's problems. This allows crime to fester in the shadows, unchallenged, and in some cases, even encouraged. One of the most infamous aspects of Windhelm is the Grey Quarter, a rundown district where the city's Dunmer population is forced to live. After the destruction of Vardenfall, Dunmer refugees fled to Skyrim, and many ended up in Windhelm. But rather than being welcomed, they were segregated, pushed into the worst part of the city, and largely ignored by the authorities. This racial tension isn't just background noise, it directly contributes to the crime. The Dunmer of the Grey Quarter have little protection from the city guard, meaning they have to fend for themselves. This creates an environment where crime isn't just common, it's necessary for survival. Smuggling, theft, gang activity are all part of the life here, but there is no other option. To make matters even worse, Windhelm's Nords, especially those who support the Stormcloaks, openly despise the Dunmer. They are routinely harassed, refuse service, and sometimes even attacked in the streets. If a Dunmer is the victim of a crime, the guards are unlikely to do anything about it. This leads to a cycle where crime flourishes because there is no real incentive for law enforcement to step in. While Riften is well known as the home of the Thieves Guild, Windhelm has its own crime underbelly, one that is just as dangerous but far less centralised. Two of the most powerful families in the city, the Shattered Shields and the Blackbriars, both have deep ties to organised crime. The Shattered Shields are a wealthy merchant family that owns much of the city's shipping industry. On the surface, they appear to be law-abiding citizens, but their wealth is tied to some very shady dealings. Their involvement in the illegal skooma trade and their connections to pirates suggest that their business isn't as legitimate as they'd like people to believe. Then there's the Blackbriars. While they primarily operate out of Riften, their influence extends to Windhelm. where they have agents running various illicit activities. Maven Blackbriar's reach is long, and Windhelm provides another market for her family's smuggling operations. The guards do little to intervene, either because they are paid off or simply have bigger concerns. In short, Windhelm doesn't have a single dominant crime syndicate. It has multiple factions vying for power, creating a violent and unstable underworld. Perhaps the most infamous crime in Windhelm's history is the case of the Butcher, a serial killer who stalks the streets, preying on young women and leaving behind gruesome crime scenes. When the Dragonborn arrives in Windhelm, the city is already in a state of paranoia. Women are afraid to walk alone at night, and the guards are seemingly powerless to stop the killings. This isn't just a random event. It highlights how broken Windhelm's justice system really is. Despite multiple murders, the guards have failed to catch the culprit. In fact, they arrest the wrong person, showing just how little effort they've actually put into solving the case. If not for the Dragonborn's intervention, the Butcher might never have been stopped. This is a terrifying glimpse into the reality of Windhelm's crime problem. Even when people are being murdered in their own homes, the city's leaders seem incapable or unwilling to do anything about it. Windhelm's crime rate isn't just about the criminals. It's also about the lack of a functioning justice system. Unlike Solitude, where the guards actively try to maintain order, Windhelm's law enforcement is somewhat compromised. The guards are deeply loyal to Ulfric Stormcloak, and their focus is on the civil war rather than the safety of the people. Many of them share the same racial prejudices as the city's Nords, meaning they are far less likely to help the Dunmar or the Argonian citizens. Instead of being impartial enforcers of the law, they are essentially Ulfric's personal army. This tends to create a system where crime isn't just tolerated, it's institutionalized. If you're a Nord and support Ulfric, you'll likely never face real consequences for your actions. But if you're an outsider, you're basically on your own. Windhelm's architecture and layout tells a story of division and control. The city is both cold, literally and figuratively. A harsh stone maze locked in a permanent winter. Its narrow alleys and towering walls create a sense of isolation, where crimes can happen out of sight and out of mind. Unlike the bustling openness of Whiterun or the vertical sprawl of Markarth, Windhelm is closed in. The lack of community space discourages social cohesion, and its fractured layout reinforces the divide between the privileged and the oppressed. More than just physical design, Windhelm's culture also plays a key role in fostering crime. Its emphasis on Nord supremacy and warrior values leaves little room for compassion or diplomacy. Justice is often tied to strength and status, not fairness or due process. This creates a social order where intimidation and force are more effective than law and negotiation. In such an environment, it's no surprise that people turn to crime, not just for survival, but as a way to gain power or security. When the system offers no support, shadow networks emerge to fill the void. Crime in Windhelm isn't just a symptom of dysfunction, it's the city's unofficial safety net. Windhelm doesn't just ignore its problems, it reinforces them. The power structures in place are designed to protect those at the top, while leaving the rest to fend for themselves. Guards protect Ulfric's image, not the people. Business elites like the Shattered Shields thrive, while the Grey Quarter deteriorates. In Windhelm, justice isn't blind, it's selective. And when fairness is selective, desperation grows. Crime becomes less of a choice and more of a necessity. So when we talk about Windhelm's crime rate, we're not just counting incidences, we're counting symptoms of a deeply broken system. So if we had to put a number on it, just how bad is Windhelm's crime rate? While Skyrim doesn't provide official statistics, we can make an educated guess based on what we observe in the game. First, let's consider the factors that drive crime. Windhelm has all the conditions of a high-crime city: political instability, racial tensions, weak law enforcement, and an economy that leaves many struggling to survive. The Grey Quarter alone suggests a crime rate that could rival or surpass Riften's, given that the city guard largely ignores its problems. Then there's the nature of crimes. Unlike Riften, where corruption is an open secret, Windhelm's crimes are more violent and chaotic. Racially motivated attacks happen regularly. Illegal smuggling thrives in the docks, and at one point, a serial killer roamed the streets unchecked. If we assume crime rates comparable to real-world historical cities with similar conditions, such as a 15th century medieval port town, Windhelm could have an estimated crime rate of 30 to 40%, meaning just under half of the population engages in criminal activity in some capacity. This would make Windhelm one of the most dangerous places in Skyrim, a city where the rule of law is more of a suggestion than a reality. Crime here isn't just a background noise, it defines the city itself. Windhelm is a city where crime isn't just present, it's part of the city's identity. From the lawless Grey Quarter and the corruption of the Shattered Shields, to the terrifying murders of the Butcher, Windhelm is a place where danger lurks around every corner. And yet, it still remains one of the most important cities in Skyrim, a place of history, power, and rebellion. But underneath all that, it is also a city in decay, where the weak suffer and the strong rule unchecked. There is one place in Skyrim where you can walk through a magical field, step onto a floating bridge suspended above the sea, and be told by a ghostly voice that you're probably not qualified to be here. And somehow, that's the most normal part of the College of Winterhold. Because once you get inside, once you've passed the tests, dodged the Thalmor, and ignored the completely unexplained explosion noises in the background, you begin to realise something. This isn't just the only school of magic in Skyrim, it's the only school of anything. And that raises a question, not about the college itself, but about the rest of the world around it. How does anyone in Skyrim learn anything? Where are all the other schools? Who teaches the blacksmiths or the farmers or even the Jarl stewards how to count? Why is there only one place to learn? And why is it this place? The College of Winterhold sits on a cliff, surrounded by snow, wind, and what can only be described as a death drop to the ocean. It is, by all definitions, isolated. There is no road to it, there are no other buildings near it. The closest town, Winterhold, is one of the most miserable, depopulated and broken places in Skyrim. And this is where the country's only centre of magical education lives. When you think of a college, you probably picture something like Oxford, or Hogwarts, or at the very least a place that has more than 6 people in it. But the College of Winterhold is small, really small. At any given time, there are 5 students, 1 teacher who goes missing during your first week, 1 guy who runs the library and actively hates you, a talking orb no one understands, and Tolfeder, who is both the best and worst professor in the entire province. This is not a university, it's a group project gone wrong, and yet, it's all anyone has. Here's where things get weird. Skyrim is full of people who clearly learn skills somewhere. Blacksmiths build legendary weapons, court wizards cast advanced spells, stewards run the finances of entire cities. Even the farmers know how to plant, grow and harvest crops in frozen tundra. So where did they learn? Because it wasn't the college. The college is very clear, it only trains people in magic. Restoration, destruction, alteration, great. But if you want to learn economics, tough luck. Want to study history or literature or basic math, you're out of luck. There is no university in Solitude, no math academy in Whiterun, no merchants guild that offers night classes. There are no schools for warriors, no trade schools for miners, no cooking programs for innkeepers. These people just happen to know things. Either Skyrim is hiding an entire educational system underground, or everyone here is just born knowing how to do taxes. Let's talk about the library. Inside the college is the Arcaneum, the largest collection of books in Skyrim. Some of them are incredibly rare, some are dangerous, and one literally causes madness. And all of them are guarded by a man who has the energy of a bouncer at a particularly angry nightclub. Urag doesn't let anyone take books out. You can't borrow them, you're barely allowed to read them. This means that even the one place in Skyrim that has knowledge kind of doesn't really want to share it. You have to ask permission to access the good stuff, you have to do quests to be trusted with even basic tomes. In other words, if you're a student here and you want to learn something, you'd better be willing to raid a tomb first. That's not a class schedule, that's a threat. The 5 students you meet at the college are, let's say, quirky. Brelena wants to turn people into animals and does so without warning. Onmund is nice but clearly traumatized. Jezago might be the most dangerous person in the whole country and doesn't know it. They sleep in shared quarters. They never go to class. There's no dining hall, no common room. Just one room with beds, one room with fire, and an occasional field trip that ends in either explosions or ancient curses. This isn't a school, it's a startup. And it shows, because no one graduates, no one talks about finishing their studies, there's no mention of a degree or certification or even what happens after you're done. You show up, you survive, and that's the curriculum. Let's take a moment to talk about the layout of the college. It's not really welcoming. The bridge is thin and crumbling, the Hall of the Elements is a circle surrounded by nothing, the hallways are dark, twisting, and seemingly built with the intention of making students feel like they're in a very polite prison. And if you fall off the side, you're dead. This is the only place in Skyrim that teaches mages, and they built it like a platforming challenge in a game with no jump button. Which makes sense when you realise that most of the architecture was magically constructed, which also might explain why it's falling apart. Even the dorms feel weird, however. They're more like barracks than student housing. There's no art, no personality, nothing to suggest that anyone has been living here for more than a week. The only person with a fully decorated room is Ancano, who isn't even a student, he's a political spy. The College of Winterhold isn't just mysterious, it's controversial as well. If you talk to the citizens of Winterhold, the town below the college, you'll notice something. They hate the college. They blame it for the Great Collapse, a magical disaster that destroyed most of the city and sent large chunks of the land into the sea. The college, conveniently, was untouched. This is never explained, not by the college, not by the town, and not by the game. But what it does mean is that the only centre of learning in the province is despised by its neighbours. There are no partnerships with the town, no economic trade, no shared events. There's a literal food shortage in Winterhold, and the college is floating above them with a banquet hall full of untouched apples. This isn't just a college that feels separate from the world, it literally is. If you want to learn something in Skyrim, magic, combat, alchemy, you don't enroll in a class, you just find someone and pay them. That's it. That's the system. You want to be a better pickpocket? Find a thief. Want to learn archery? Go find Angie living alone in the mountains. Want to master the sword? Either join the companions or pay the local drunk a few coins to show you the ropes. Skyrim doesn't have schools, it has mentors. And while that sounds poetic, it also means the only way to get an education is to wander into danger, hoping someone likes you and be rich enough to afford their hourly rate. Is this really just a fantasy version of LinkedIn? No one at the college actually teaches you magic. You get a few lessons early on, someone shows you how to cast a ward, someone shows you how to cast fear. But that's it. The rest of the time you're learning by looting. Want to level up alteration? Spam candlelight. Want new spells? Go buy scrolls from the library. Want to master destruction? Go into a ruin and set things on fire until the game tells you you're good at it. The college doesn't teach. It gives you a room and hopes you figure it out. There are no lectures, no reading assignments, no exams. Which means this isn't really a college. It's a clubhouse for people who already know what they're doing. And if you don't, well, good luck. But maybe we're not asking the right questions. Maybe the college isn't a school in the traditional sense. Maybe it's a relic, a leftover piece of the past, a time where magic was more common, more accepted before collapse, before the fear and before Thalmor. Maybe that's why it's falling apart, why no one graduates, why the only thing they seem to care about is preserving what little magic they have left. Because no one else is doing it. The College of Winterhold isn't a school for the future. It's a museum for the past. a place where old mages gather to remember how the world used to work, and hope that maybe someone else still wants to learn. So does the College of Winterhold actually make any sense? No, not really. It's too small, too isolated, too dysfunctional. It teaches almost nothing, and what it does teach, it teaches rather poorly. It's hated by its neighbours, ignored by the province, and designed like someone let a necromancer build a cathedral using ice and vibes. But maybe that's the point. Skyrim is a world built on ruins, old ways, and forgotten paths. The college doesn't exist because it works. It could exist because it's all that's left. It's not a school because it's useful. It's a school because people need it to be one. Because if the college didn't exist, then there would really be nowhere to learn. No one to teach, no place to pass up the magic that made this world possible. It makes no sense, and maybe that's the most magical thing about it. Some places in Skyrim demand your attention. You see them glowing on the compass. Quest markers drag you towards them. Dialogue pushes you into their history. And then there are others. The ones that just kind of exist. You pass by them without knowing, maybe a dozen times, or maybe more. They're tucked between riverbanks, cliffs, or collapsed roads. Places so natural you'd think they're just empty. And then one day, you take the wrong path along the White River, southeast of Windhelm, and you hear it. A waterfall. You step behind the edge of it, expecting a cave or maybe just a dead-end pool. But instead, you find a door which leads to the abandoned prison. And after 13 years, I still think about what I found inside. The abandoned prison has no quests tied to it. No event sends you here, no bounty board, and no courier note. In fact, until the Anniversary Edition added a brief fishing creation and alternative start functionality, there was literally nothing pulling the player here. But it's fully modelled, fully voiced, and fully abandoned. Somewhat. Cells, skeletons, a crumbling hallway system, a mess hall, quad quarters, all the things you'd expect from an official prison facility. But no name, no official history, and no memory. It feels like it was just turned off. As if the Empire simply forgot about it, or chose to. As soon as you enter, you noticed what caused the ruin. Water. Torrents of it, pouring through cracked ceilings and corroded stone. The White River flows into the prison, breaking the walls, pooling at your feet, and cutting off some corridors entirely. This was not an attack. It was time. And the prison didn't die in flames, it drowned. Furniture floats, cell doors hang from broken hinges. There are signs of a hasty evacuation, but not a complete one. Because bodies still remain, and they're not all in their cells. Most dungeons in Skyrim follow a clear path. You find enemies, you fight through it, and then you loot. The abandoned prison follows something more subtle, and much more disturbing. The guards are still here, skeletons in full Imperial armour, sprawled near collapsed beams, one even hanging off a stairway, with its sword still drawn. Some tried to escape, but some didn't make it. There are signs of conflict but not war, and just desperation. Something happened here, something fast, maybe a collapse, maybe the flood, and the Empire. They didn't clean it up, they left it. Or perhaps they were never allowed back in. In the lower section of the prison, if you look carefully, you'll find two documents. A guard's note describing rising water levels and damaged infrastructure, and a prisoner's journal smuggled out through a crack in the wall, detailing the last days of incarceration. The guard is worried, but focused, and the prisoner is terrified. They describe guards abandoning posts, confusion in the halls, water seeping into the bunks, and then silence. There's no record of an evacuation order, no mention of outside reinforcements, just fear and then stillness. As if the prison sealed itself off, and as if the world moved on without it. Unlike places like the Chill, the abandoned prison doesn't have a defined cultural or political role. Not Dunmer, not Daedric, and not Stormcloak. There's no shrine, no racial banners, no inscriptions. Which raises a question. Who really built this? Some speculate it was a pre-Empire military site, a temporary holding facility. Others think it was Nordic, later co-opted by Imperial forces. The most compelling theory, however, is it was a secret Imperial site, never intended for the public, and used for prisoners the Empire didn't want associated with major cities, political dissidents, war deserters, witch hunts, and once it became unstable, it was sealed and forgotten by design. The level design here is simple, but haunting. You start at the top, collapsed halls, collapsed roof, half-buried furniture. You move down into cells, low chambers, bunk beds, and broken kitchens. And then you end up in the lowest area, where water runs the deepest, facing a room that looks like it was never meant to be escaped from. Iron doors, no windows, no light. And you realise this wasn't just a holding facility, was it? It was a final stop. Some of these prisoners were never meant to be transferred. They were meant to disappear. The abandoned prison sits at a strange fork in the White River, between Mixwater Mill and Valheim Towers. You can walk past the waterfall a dozen times and never notice the door tucked behind the mist. There's no obvious path, no combat outside, and no glowing loot. Just rock, water, and the faint splash of stone. And if you never poke behind the falls, you never find it, which makes it feel more like a secret than a dungeon, and more like a memory than a location. You expect the abandoned prison to be somewhat empty, a ruin, a forgotten pile of flooded stone and rusted bars. And for a moment it is. But then the air kind of changes as you move deeper into the dungeon. A chill creeps in, deeper than the cold of the White River's spray. And as you step deeper into the lower levels, where water laps at your ankles and the torchlight flickers against the mildew-slick walls, you see them. The ghosts of the abandoned prison. Flickering, semi-transparent forms. Their faces long gone, their bodies faded into grey mist. But their rage is very real. These aren't spirits drifting in mourning. They attack, silently, swiftly, with old iron weapons that should have rusted into the dust long ago. They moan in bursts of grief or fury, and when they vanish, they don't fall, they disperse. As if they've finally realised it's too late, that they're no longer alive. This kind of place is a place where lore enthusiasts love to break down. It's a ruin with no direct quest, documents you can miss, skeletons telling half the story, and environmental design that reveals secreted silence. The kind of location where every object matters. A knocked over chair, a cell that was locked but broken open, a table set with untouched food. It's more than storytelling, it's ghostwriting, and Bethesda left the pen right where you can find it, if you're paying attention. 13 years later, after my first playthrough of Skyrim, I still think about that waterfall, how quiet it was, how strange the prison felt inside, complete, deliberate, and utterly unspoken for. You can walk away from it, loot it, use it as a home base, or never return. But something about that space sticks with you. A jail where no one survived, a facility no one remembers. And a story that was buried not by war, but by water, time, and the game's refusal to explain itself. Some places in Skyrim want you to be a hero, but this one kind of just wants you to listen. Some ruins in Skyrim are remembered with reverence, others with fear. But Ilinalta's Deep, once a mighty fort along the banks of Lake Ilinalta, is barely remembered at all. It's not marked as significant by the Empire. No bard sing of its fall, no guard really speaks of its name. And yet it's still here, sunken into the muddy western shoreline of the lake, choked with moss and rot, filled with magic that no longer follows rules. You don't hear about Ilinalta's Deep until you're really sent there, or until you do the Black Star quest. Not by the Empire and not by a mage, but by a bartender. And when you step through its broken archway, you realise why everyone stopped talking about it. Because this place was never abandoned, it was erased. From the outside, Ilinalta's Deep looks like a crumbled watchtower, barely distinguishable from the rocky banks around it. The entrance is narrow, half submerged in the wet earth of Lake Ilinalta's edge. But this wasn't always a ruin. Ilinalta's Deep was once part of a larger complex, possibly Fort Ilinalta, that kept watch over the lake, securing trade routes and deterring banditry. Some speculate it was a military outpost, or even a research annex tied to the College of Whispers. But now all that's left is the drowned skeletons of a stronghold, damp stone, collapsed ceilings, and corridors filled with necrotic echoes. Inside things move, but they aren't necessarily alive. Ilinalta's Deep is no ordinary dungeon. From the moment you step inside, it's clear the place has been repurposed. The waterlogged halls are strewn with bones, rusted weapons and ritual components, soul gems, burned candles, broken slaves. The floors drip, the walls weep, every room has signs of magical corruption, from half-decayed skeletons to strange altar setups. And as you go deeper, you stop wondering who caused the ruin, and you start wondering what it was turned into. Because Ilinalta's Deep didn't just fall into decay, it was desecrated. At the centre of the Ilinalta Deep mystery is one man, Malin Varen. Once a respected enchanter at the College of Winterhold, Malin grew obsessed with soul trapping, particularly the idea of using Azura's Star, a reusable soul gem for the mortal souls. This was forbidden, not just by the college, but by the Daedric prince Azura himself, and when he was expelled, Malin fled to Ilinalta's Deep with a handful of loyal students, or victims depending on your perspective. There he continued his experiments, using Azura's artifact to trap human souls and to extend his own life. But it didn't save him at all. When the player enters Ilinalta's Deep during the Black Star quest, they don't find a living mage. They find a ruin haunted by what Malin left behind. The enemies within Ilinalta's Deep aren't just skeletons and necromancers. They're the echoes of people who came here with Malin. Some are named in dialogue, some are hinted at through notes or skeletal arrangements. The necromancers you fight in the deeper chambers likely include his former apprentices. One even says aloud, "This is what you wanted, isn't it, Malin?" just before dying at your hands. And deeper still, you find Malin's corpse, desecrated yet still active through the lingering magic of the star. His spirit, or what remains of it, now resides inside the corrupted Daedric artifact, the Black Star, still whispering and still lingering. Ilinalta's Deep didn't just bury his body, it became his echo chamber. Ilinalta's Deep is not like most dungeons in Skyrim. It's not Dweematech filled, it's not a Nord barrow, it's not tied to a major city or quest line beyond the Black Star, but it breathes. The layout is strangely non-linear, full of flooded staircases, collapsed floors, and sideways architecture. It feels more like an organism than a building, like you're inside something rotting from the inside to the out. There are strange magical circles, unexplained bone piles, and at one point a floating corpse in a side room, completely unreachable, just there, bobbing silently in a shaft of moonlight. It's not design, it's rather intent. You're meant to feel watched, because something in here never really left. For all its mystery, Ilinalta's Deep is only briefly acknowledged by the people who should care the most, the College of Winterhold. Only Nalakar, a former college member living in Winterhold's Inn, speaks of Malin. Even then, it's in whispers, and the college itself says nothing. No quest sends you to investigate the site other than the Black Star quest. No teacher warns about Malin's path. No student remembers the ruin by name other than Nalakar, which leads to an unsettling possibility. They know. They clearly know what Malin did. They know where he went, and they know what happened. And they chose to seal the memory rather than face the shame. Water plays a constant role in Ilinalta's Deep. It trickles from the ceiling, it covers the lower chambers, it laps at the corpses. There's something quite symbolic here, an idea that water buries, but never really purifies. Malin tried to escape death. He hid in a place already half sunk, thinking he could outlast morality. Instead, he ended up being a part of it. And the water didn't wash away, did it? It preserved it, just like the star did. At the heart of this dungeon is a philosophical horror, not just necromancy, but soul manipulation. Malin believed that souls could be bent, captured, reused. Azura's star, a holy artifact, was meant to trap only souls of lesser beings, ethically neutral. Malin corrupted it, trying to get it to accept black souls, one that accepts mortal souls, sentient beings. People, basically. When you retrieve the artifact, you're forced to choose to return it to Azura and it becomes a restored, holy relic, or give it to Nalaka and it remains dark, usable, and powerful. But no matter your choice, you can't undo what happened. The damage is done, and Ilinalta's Deep doesn't offer redemption, just history and silence. The last rooms of Ilinalta's Deep feel especially strange. You hear movement, you see lights flicker in unnatural ways. You open doors that shouldn't be unlocked. And maybe that's the final horror of this place. It doesn't just pull you in, it makes you a part of it. You walk out of Ilinalta's Deep with the star in your hands. The water behind you is still. No one will come to clean the ruin. No one will speak Malin's name ever again. No necromancer will raise it again until someone else finds it. But Ilinalta doesn't forget. The lake swallows stories, as I've said before. The fort beneath it preserves them. And when someone else comes seeking power, or answers, or silence, the door will still be open, and the fort will still be waiting. When people talk about Skyrim, they mention dragons, shouts, ancient tombs, and heroism. But beneath the Nordic snow and glory of the Dragonborn's path lies something far darker, something more intimate, personal, quietly terrifying. Skyrim is full of the strange, the unspoken, and the morally rotten. Because for every Radiant fetch quest or bandit camp, there's a story that's more than dangerous. It's disturbing. Not just in what it asks you to do, but in how it lingers after you've done it. This is a descent into 5 of those stories. 5 quests that leave you changed. 5 pieces of Skyrim's hidden heart that remind you in a world filled with monsters, sometimes the worst thing you'll face is yourself. From the outside, it looks like any old Markarth home, just one more abandoned building clinging to the city's craggy edge. Then Vigilant Tyrannus waves you over. He asks you for your help investigating a haunted house. You agree, you expect spiders or bandits, or something else. What you get is Molag Bal. As soon as you enter, things shift. Furniture flies across the room. The Vigilant panics. You descend into the basement, and that's when the Daedra speaks. Molag Bal, the Daedric prince of domination, enslavement, and suffering, traps you, forces you to torture a man chained to a blood-stained altar. And he watches, and he enjoys it. But what makes this quest truly disturbing isn't the violence, it's how quietly it happens. How your choice is reduced to do as you're told or die. And the game never gives you a way out. No third option, no mercy. You just leave the house with a powerful mace. But you also leave with blood on your hands. The blood of the old priest and the blood of the Vigilant. And the awareness that in this story, you were never the hero. Windhelm is cold even in daylight, but its real chill creeps in through the alleys. At night, you find a body in the graveyard, a woman murdered. A city guard explains it's not the first time. You're dragged into the role of the amateur detective. The tools of the killer, bone swords, butcher knives, strange magical implements. It becomes clear that this isn't a simple crime, is it? It's necromancy, maybe. Someone is harvesting body parts. You suspect the court mage, the steward, then a meek, awkward man who seems like he couldn't harm a fly. And that's where the quest twists into something more uncomfortable, because you could get it wrong. If you rush the investigation, you can arrest the wrong man, and the real killer may go free, and then the city of Windhelm carries on. But even if you catch the true culprit, what's left is unsettling. A man who lived among the people, walking their streets pretending to be normal, while building a corpse bride in secret. It's not a fight, it's a reminder that evil doesn't always hide in crypts. Sometimes it lives in the spare room down the hall. The people of Dawnstar can't sleep. They're plagued by nightmares so vivid they tremble during the day, and some even stop eating, others stop working, and fear curls in every corner of every conversation. And then you meet Erenda, a former priest of the Daedric Prince of Dreams, Illusions, and Twisted Memories. He believes the source of the nightmares lies inside Nightcaller Temple, once a sanctuary, now a Daedric ruin. You travel there together, but then what follows is a descent into the mind's worst fears. The temple is filled with dreamers, frozen in time by a magical device known as the miasma. You relive Erenda's memories. You uncover betrayals, wars, and Daedric pacts made under the illusion of faith. The climax comes not in combat, but in choice. The Daedric prince demands you to kill him, claiming he plans to betray you, the man you travelled to this temple with. He begs for trust, and you must decide, kill a man who helped you based on the word of a Daedra, or defy the prince and risk corruption. But there is no perfect ending, just realization that trust, like dreams, can be twisted until you don't know what's real anymore. You hear rumours that the Hall of the Dead is locked. You ask about it. The priest gives you somewhat of a vague answer, something about a smell. Investigating further, you meet Iola, a woman with calm eyes and a soft voice. She tells you the truth, that the hall is haunted because someone's been eating the dead. Then she says something even worse, that it was her, and that you should try it too. You're invited to a hidden shrine deep within a cave, where a cult of Namira, the Daedric Prince of Decay and Filth, gathers to feast on corpses. Your task? Bring someone to be the meal. Not a stranger, but a friend. The very priest who asked you to investigate. You can refuse, but if you go through with it, you become a part of it. You sit at the table, you eat, and Skyrim rewards you with the Ring of Namira, enhancing your ability to feed on the dead. The game actually doesn't punish you, and no one finds out. But you will, every time you walk past a meal, every time you see a body, and wonder if it's worth more dead than buried. The Dark Brotherhood questline starts simply. A rumour. A boy named Aventus Arantino, alone in Windhelm, performing the Black Sacrament. You find him. He's trying to summon assassins to kill a cruel head mistress. And you do it. Then, after that very moment, the Dark Brotherhood contacts you. The very next time you lay to rest, you'll wake up in an abandoned shack. But what follows is a slow descent into one of Skyrim's most fascinating and disturbing narratives. You become an agent of death, paid to kill, rewarded for creativity, celebrated for cruelty. Targets range from corrupt nobles to innocent beggars. One mission even asks you to murder a bride on her wedding day, not for justice, but spectacle. You sit in a room and kill strangers while they sleep. You poison mead meant for a king. You slit throats on a stage while applause roars around you. And when you think you understand the Brotherhood, it falls apart. You're betrayed from within. Your sanctuary is destroyed. The people you trusted are butchered. And in the end, you wear the mantle of listener, a servant to an unmummified corpse who whispers in silence. What's disturbing here isn't just the blood. It's how normal it starts to feel, until you no longer ask who the target is, just how much they are worth. Skyrim gives you power, but it rarely tells you how to use it. These quests don't challenge your stats, they challenge your comfort. They take you into crypts and cathedrals, dreamscapes and cult circles. They offer you rewards you shouldn't want and ask questions you can't answer cleanly. Will you torture for a god, kill for a paycheck, eat a man for a ring? Skyrim doesn't judge you. That's what makes it worse. Because in a land torn by dragons and war, it's not always the monsters on the mountain that linger in your mind. It's the choices you made quietly, in the shadows. There's a city in Skyrim that looks alive. Stone walls, running water, guards pacing, merchants shouting, and everything about it seems functional. But something about it just feels wrong. No one smiles here, no one stays. The people speak in whispers. Their eyes dart like haunted animals. And beneath all that grandeur, something rots. I spent 1 hour in this city, digging into its stories, its people, and its silence. And this is what I found. Markarth is beautiful, let's get that out of the way. You come around the bend from Roekstead, and the cliffs open into this impossible Dwemer marvel. Waterfalls crash down from aqueducts, brass and stone blend into mountains. The wind carries echoes of history, but the second you enter the gates, someone gets stabbed right in front of you. The guards barely react, and if you think that's just a dramatic intro scene, buckle up, because that stabbing is the most honest moment this city has to offer. On paper, Markarth should be thriving. It's a marvel of ancient Dwemer engineering. Massive stone structures, gravity-defying aqueducts, defensible terrain. But it's all form and no soul. This city feels cold, not just in temperature, but in tone. You don't hear laughter. No kids playing, no clinking mugs or lute music in the tavern. Every room sounds like it's hiding a secret. Even the layout is hostile. Narrow alleys, multi-level homes. Impossible to see who's coming. It's like it was designed for people who didn't trust each other, and still don't. This isn't a city that grew from culture. It's one that was hacked together from what was left. Let's take a look at the population of Markarth. On the surface, you've got guards, Silverblood family members, miners, a single innkeeper, and a handful of nervous merchants. But talk to any of them, and you'll notice something. They all speak like they're being listened to, like they're not allowed to say what they really think. It doesn't take long to understand why. The Silverbloods. The family runs the city like a mafia. They own the mines, they influence the guards, they control the Jarls, and if you cross them, well, you end up in the Kidna mine. That's not a metaphor, that's the city's prison. It's also a fully operational silver mine run by convicts. And if that doesn't set the tone for Markarth, I don't really know what does. After walking around the upper levels for a while, I went deeper, literally. Beneath the city, there's the Warrens, a tightly packed slum that houses Markarth's poor, the sick, and the forgotten. Most have no beds, just mats. Rats crawl through broken pipes. No guard comes down here unless they're dragging someone out. You meet people who are coughing, limping, and muttering to themselves. They're not really enemies. They're just abandoned. And deeper still, the Dwemer ruins. Still half living, still trickling along, and still dangerous. So yeah, it's somewhat beautiful, but this city is like a monument to suppressed suffering. But here's where it gets wild. Remember the stabbing I mentioned at the beginning? The attacker was part of the Forsworn, a group of natives who believes Markarth was stolen from them. And they're not wrong. A few decades ago, during the chaos after the Great War, the Reach's native population took control. For a brief moment, the Forsworn ruled themselves. However, then Ulfric Stormcloak showed up and massacred them. That's not a word I'm choosing lightly, that's literally what happened. And ever since, the Forsworn have been fighting a shadow war, striking from the hills, hiding in caves, and sometimes sneaking into the city itself. Markarth isn't a stable city, it's a powder keg. The guards work for the Silverbloods, the people work for fear, and the Forsworn, they just wait. So I did what any curious player would do. I followed the Forsworn conspiracy questline. Spoils ahead, but let's just say don't expect to win. You get dragged into a murder plot, you try to investigate, you get framed, and you get arrested, and then You get dumped into that prison we talked about earlier. The only way out? Either slaughter your way through the guards or help the Forsworn break free. No matter what you do, innocent people die. And when you return to the surface, not one person thanks you for it. No one remembers. Markarth swallows your actions like the stone swallows the wind. I started calling Markarth a dead city, but that's not really true. Markarth's not dead. It's somewhat undead. It moves, it breathes, it functions. But the life in it is borrowed, artificial, and somewhat stolen. It was built by people who vanished thousands of years ago and is now inhabited by people who were displaced, and now, even more so, it's ruled by people who exploit both. It's not thriving, it's just enduring. And there's something deeply sad about that. Skyrim is full of places where people dream, love, fight, and fail. But Markarth is where people just give up. There were moments that stuck with me. A miner begging for food, a child trying to learn Dwemer history with no teacher, a smelter who doesn't even look up when you talk to them. One man thanks you for freeing the Forsworn, another spits in your face for the same act. Everyone in Markarth wears their trauma like armor. Even the city itself, its towers, its gates, feel armored, closed off, like it's waiting for another war. Or maybe it's already lost one and just doesn't know it. Meet Jarl Igmund. Young, educated, and completely disconnected from the suffering that happens right below his throne. He inherited the position after his father died during the Forsworn uprising, and since then he's doubled down on Silverblood loyalty and denial. He believes the Forsworn are terrorists, that the city's strength lies in law and order. But he never walks the warrens, he never visits the mines, he speaks like a man reading from a letter someone else wrote. And maybe that's the tragedy. Igmund isn't evil, he's scared of the Forsworn, or being overthrown, or losing the only thing he was born into. Markarth doesn't just suffer from corruption, it suffers from a vacuum of leadership. No one is willing or allowed to fill it. Walk through Markarth long enough and you'll realise something strange about its people. They learned how to stop hoping. NPCs here aren't warm. They're not quirky or dramatic. Most of them just seem tired. The priest of Arkay, who begs for help with the Hall of the Dead. The innkeeper who quietly supports you but never speaks unless spoken to. The miner who gives you food even though he's starving himself. They don't want favours. They want you to leave them alone. That makes them some of the most emotionally believable characters in the game, because not everyone in a city dreams of adventure. Some people just dream of not being noticed by the wrong person. I believe I stayed in Markarth longer than I planned. After wrapping up the Forsworn questline, I did what most players wouldn't. I didn't leave. I stuck around, I wandered the alleys, I talked to every NPC again. I waited to see if the city would actually change. But it didn't, and I started noticing what wasn't there. There are no children in Markarth, no beggars, no factions setting up camps, no bard playing in the inn, no festival days, no weddings and no funerals. It's like a city that's been frozen in time, emotionally sterile, spiritually starved. Even the innkeeper never cracks a real smile. The energy is transactional. You're not welcome, but you're somewhat tolerated anyway. And in Skyrim, a game that rewards discovery, Markarth is kind of the only city that seems to resent being discovered. On the surface, Markarth is a marvel of Dwemer architecture. The gears still move, the water still flows, and the stone hasn't cracked. But the deeper you go, the more it starts to feel like a coffin. Most Dwemer ruins in Skyrim are dangerous, sure, but they're also distant, separate, like relics or battlefields. But here, you literally live in one. Every home, hallway, temple and street corner is built into bones of a vanished race. And that creates something strange, an invisible pressure. The people here aren't just occupying the ruin of an empire, they're being crushed by it. You can feel it in the Temple of Dibella, which still shares space with ancient mechanisms. You can hear it in the Hall of the Dead, where every coffin seems to echo. You can see it in the architecture of the town itself. Rooms too big for humans, passageways that never really led to where you want to go. It's like the city is still built for someone else, and no one here has ever truly made it theirs. I tried asking people about the Forsworn uprising. Some acknowledged it, others just brushed it off. But no one really talks about it. No one says how many died, or what it felt like, or who survived. Even the Jarl avoids it, speaking in practiced sentences like he's reading a letter he's memorized but never felt. Markarth is a city where trauma isn't really processed, it's paved over. The scars are still there in the way people speak, the way they move, and the way they stop talking when guards walk by. But no one has the space or the safety to grieve. In a way, the silence is the loudest thing in Markarth. Not what people say, but what they refuse to say. If you linger in Markarth long enough, you start to see odd things. A guard who follows you longer than necessary. A beggar who doesn't exist in the official scripts, but shows up in certain load orders. A blacksmith's apprentice who stops mid-sentence like he forgot what he was saying. You get the sense that there are fragments here, remnants of something cut. Maybe quests that were removed, maybe dialogues that were scrapped, and maybe entire storylines that never made it past pre-production. But the leftovers remain. Lines that don't match anyone else's tone. Locked doors that no one explains. Whispers of unfinished business in a city that already feels like a graveyard. It's like wandering through a dream that someone else had and then tried to forget. Markarth doesn't have any ghosts, no spooky side quests, no cursed mansions other than the abandoned house. But it still could be considered the most haunted city in Skyrim. Not by spirits, but by history. Everything in Markarth feels like it has weight, and I'm not just talking about the stone that you see everywhere. The air and the way the people pause before speaking feels like heavy. It's not fear of monsters, it's the fear of consequence. You help a miner, the Silverbloods might take it personally. You talk to a Forsworn sympathizer, you might find yourself tailed. You help the Daedric cannibal cult hiding in the Temple of Dibella. Yes, that's a thing. No matter what you do, the feeling is the same. You're not supposed to be here, not because you're the threat, but because everyone here is already trying not to drown. And your arrival means the water's rising again. After around 2 hours in Markarth, I tried to leave. I had nothing left to do, no quests, no fights, no dialogue left unturned. But I still find myself circling the same streets, sitting on the same bench, watching the sun rise over the cliffs and wondering, why does this place actually feel heavier than all the others? And then it hit me, because most places in Skyrim tend to give you resolution. You solve the quest, kill the monster, win the war. But Markarth gives you questions, then traps you with them. You walk away knowing less than when you arrived. And that's what makes it feel real. Not heroic, not epic, just real. Like a pain you can't fix. Like a story with no ending. So finally, I spent 2 hours in a dead city in Skyrim, and it felt real than most of the other cities I've been to in the game, or maybe even life. Not because of the mechanics, but because of its weight. Markarth doesn't try to make you feel heroic, it makes you feel small, and sometimes that's more powerful than any dragon fight. Skyrim has inns. It has homes, cities, temples, schools, festivals, you name it. Places meant to comfort, to celebrate, and to inspire. And yet, every time you walk into one, you feel that twinge, that sense that something's off, that joy doesn't live here. It's just passed through once and left some fake flowers behind. Because Skyrim doesn't really do happy places. It builds the illusion of them. Places that seem full of life but echo like tombs when you stand still. Some of the towns, the taverns, the temples in Skyrim bring about this sense. A sense that something used to be here, but has decayed. Which is what makes these places kind of depressing. You know what's weird about Skyrim cities? They all feel like they used to be better. Solitude was once the proud imperial capital of the province. Now it's a city half built on rock, ruled by a duchess clinging to her own cousin's coattails. Markarth is stunning. Dwemer stonework, waterfalls, grandeur. But it's also a surveillance state with secret murders, cults, and a populace that looks like they haven't seen sunlight in 3 years. Whiterun? A proud Nordic stronghold filled with mead and song. And also, for some reason, a city that's perpetually 5 minutes away from being attacked by either a dragon or Ulfric's army. Even the guards are stressed. Every shopkeeper is just trying to break even. Every citizen keeps looking over their shoulder. Skyrim cities aren't thriving. They're enduring. They stand not because they're strong, but because no one's bothered to knock them down yet. There are so many homes in Skyrim. Grand halls, humble cabins, little farmsteads, tucked into the hills. Sometimes they're yours, sometimes they belong to others, but almost none of them feel lived in. NPCs say things like, make yourself at home, but the shelves are bare, the food is for show, the beds are clean in a creepy, unused kind of way, like someone tidied up before dying and no one came to check. Even your own homes, especially the ones you build, feel weirdly sterile. You choose the furniture, the layout, the colours, but you never get the mess, the warmth, or the humanity that you would get in real life. You can fill your house with trophies, adopt kids, add a kitchen, an armory, a bee farm, and yet it still doesn't feel like a home. It feels like a catalogue, a place meant to simulate happiness, but not generate it. Temples in Skyrim are supposed to be sacred, restful, healing. But they mostly feel abandoned. The temple in Whiterun has a dying priestess and a tree bleeding in the middle of a town. The Hall of the Dead in Markarth is full of cannibals. The shrines to Talos are mostly vandalised or tucked into dark corners like forgotten shrines to a god the world is too scared to remember. You'd think that in a world with actual dragons, people would be a little more excited about their gods. But Skyrim's temples are more like memorials, places where faith used to live but hasn't really paid the rent in a while. There's reverence, sure, but not really any joy. No celebration, just duty. Shrines for praying, not dancing. Holy places where no one ever seems to smile. The College of Winterhold is Skyrim's centre of magical learning. And yet, it feels so empty. There are barely any students, the professors don't seem to like each other, the main building is crumbling into the sea, and the curriculum? One lesson, one weird orb, and then suddenly, you're the Archmage. It's not a school, it's somewhat of a joke for magic, a fantasy of learning that never quite got written past first draft. There's no campus life, no energy, just mages floating around in silence, vaguely waiting for someone to fix their ancient disaster. Skyrim wanted a place of joy and discovery, a Hogwarts for the North. But instead we got a library with barely any good books, a teacher with trust issues, and a courtyard no one ever uses. Skyrim has hundreds of dungeons. They're fun to explore, full of puzzles and loot, and ancient echoes. But here's the thing, every single one of them is a graveyard. They were all places once, real places. Tombs, fortresses, laboratories, homes. Now they're ruins. You find journals of people who thought they were building something that would last. Temples to gods that are no longer worshipped. Armories stocked with weapons no one ever got to use. Dungeons are the bones of a happier world. A world that had purpose and hope. You're not walking into danger, you're walking into the afterlife. You are always late in Skyrim. Every door you open leads to something someone tried to protect, but somehow failed in the end. Maybe happiness isn't in towns or temples, maybe it's out in nature. Skyrim's wilds are beautiful, frozen lakes, golden forests, aura-lit skies. But the wilderness doesn't care about you. Wolves eat you, bears will maul you, a giant will turn you into an airborne regret. But I suppose that would happen in real life as well. But anyway, even when it's calm, there's something empty about it. You find a stunning waterfall, and there's no one there to share it. A cabin with fresh food, and there's a skeleton in the corner. A meadow full of butterflies, next to a corpse with a suicide note. Nature in Skyrim is majestic, but also hostile, or worse, indifferent. It's like the world's trying to show you how beautiful it can be, and then reminding you still don't belong here. Surely festivals would be the exception, right? Celebrations, merriment, a break from war and dragons, and the existential dread. No, not really. Take a look at Skyrim's festival calendar, or what little of it exists. You might stumble on a funeral in Solitude, a burning of effigies in Windhelm, maybe a pie-eating contest in a town that gets wiped out about 2 quests later. Every celebration in Skyrim feels like it's trying to distract people from something worse. Like everyone got together and said, let's pretend we're fine for one night and hope no one brings up the Civil War. The Festival of the New Life? Barely referenced. You're more likely to find a cave full of angry necromancers than a village putting up lanterns. It's like the game remembered festivals should exist, but then looked around at the bleak weather and dead bodies and said, maybe not. Celebrations in Skyrim aren't really celebrations. They're coping mechanisms with mead. No wonder everyone just stands around awkwardly when they happen. The joy in the Skyrim world is rare. And when it does show up, it wears a fake mustache and quietly slips out the back. Skyrim is beautiful, don't forget that. It's a masterpiece of a game. But Skyrim is also full of places that feel like they're meant to be joyful. Cities built for parades, inns built for laughter, homes built for families, shrines built for devotion, and schools built for learning. But none of it quite works. It's like the decorations are still up, but the party got cancelled. Or maybe it just happened 1,000 years ago and no one cleaned up. There's a strange loneliness in Skyrim's architecture, a sense that these places weren't designed to be happy, but they were designed to look happy instead. And they do, at first glance. But once you stay a little too long, once the music loops for the 3rd time, and the NPCs stop talking and the torches keep burning without ever burning out, you start to notice something. That Skyrim's happiest places aren't really that happy at all. They're just pretending. Imagine waking up in the cold, harsh lands of Skyrim, with nothing but the rags on your back and the faint hope of making a name for yourself. You see a blacksmith hammering away, traders shouting at the market, and guards patrolling with that signature arrow-to-the-knee limp. Skyrim seems full of opportunity, until you actually try to make a living. The Elder Scrolls Skyrim is a vast world with many locations and characters to indulge in. But one question remains. Could you really survive financially? Are the wages fair, or are you just one dragon attack away from bankruptcy? Let's break down Skyrim's economy, job market, and cost of living to determine whether an honest worker can actually make ends meet, or if the only viable career path is thievery and adventuring. Before discussing wages, it's important to understand the state of Skyrim's economy. Skyrim is in the middle of a civil war. Trade routes are disrupted and banditry is rampant. The province's economy is largely feudal, with wealth concentrated in the hands of the Jarls, nobility, and powerful merchants like Maven Blackbriar. Meanwhile, the average citizen scrapes by with low wages and little job security. Unlike real-world economies, Skyrim doesn't have a fluctuating currency system. Prices are static, meaning inflation and deflation aren't concerns. But that doesn't mean everyone is thriving. Let's take a look at the most common jobs in Skyrim and how much they actually pay. Blacksmiths are some of the most visible workers in Skyrim. They craft weapons, armor, and tools necessary for survival. But is this a lucrative career? Well, the average blacksmith sells iron daggers for 10 septims. Oh, and septims are basically Skyrim's form of currency. Iron swords made by blacksmiths also go for 25 septims. They buy iron ingots for 7 septims and leather strips for 3 septims, meaning their profit margins are painfully small. Custom orders from adventurers or Jarls might bring in more money, but given the small-scale operations of most blacksmiths, it's unlikely they're ranking in massive profits. So their estimated daily earnings are around 100 to 200 septims, depending on sales and demand. Skyrim's farms are small, family-run operations. Unlike modern farms, they don't have large-scale machinery, meaning all work is manual. You can work on a farm for 5 septims per day, Farmers also sell produce, potatoes, etc. for 1 septim each, cabbage for 3, and goat's cheese for 5. Since an average farm produces limited crops, farmers barely make enough to live comfortably. So for a farmer, their estimated daily earnings are around 5 to 30 septims, depending on extra sales. Mines in Skyrim produce iron or even other rare ores like ebony and malachite. These resources are essential for blacksmiths who turn them into weapons and armor, making mining a fundamental part of Skyrim's economy. However, despite its importance, mining remains a risky and often underappreciated profession. Miners can work for around 10 septims per ore mined, though the payout varies depending on the type of ore. Common ores like iron and corundum provide a steady, albeit modest income. On the other hand, rare ores such as ebony and malachite can fetch significantly higher prices, but access to these materials is tightly controlled. The Silverblood family, for instance, has a monopoly over the lucrative silver mines in Markarth, ensuring that most of the profit flows into their coffers rather than the hands of the individual miners. Beyond economic instability, the dangers of mining in Skyrim are numerous. Cave-ins are a constant threat, especially in older or poorly maintained mines. However, the more immediate dangers come from the various hostile creatures that often lurk in these underground tunnels. Infested mines, frostbite spiders, and even Falmer strongholds make mining an incredibly dangerous profession. Additionally, some unlucky workers may find themselves forced into servitude. Seedna Mine, for example, is essentially a death sentence for prisoners, where they labour endlessly under the watchful eyes of the Silverbloods and Markarth guards. When compared to other common jobs in Skyrim, mining is one of the riskiest. Farmers, for example, earn a more stable income without worrying about being attacked by undead. Blacksmiths who rely on mined materials make far more money while working in relatively safe conditions. Even mercenaries who risk their lives in combat often have higher earning potential than miners due to bounties and loot. So, knowing all this, the estimated daily earning for a miner is around 50 to 150 septims, but this can vary greatly. And for the verdict, it's dangerous, inconsistent, but potentially profitable for those who are willing to take the risk. However, given the alternatives, mining is one of the more perilous and unpaid jobs in Skyrim. Running a store sounds like a great way to avoid danger, but is it profitable? Most general stores sell items ranging from 5 septims to 500 plus septims. The markup on resold goods is genuinely high, but stores don't get that many customers. Since there's no large supply chain, everything is sourced locally or from adventurers, making inventory unpredictable. Shopkeepers also have to worry about theft, whether from common thieves or even the Dragonborn waltzing in and taking everything in sight. Despite these challenges, store owners at least enjoy a stable and relatively safe work environment, compared to miners or mercenaries. However, some shopkeepers like Bellathor in Whiterun seem to be in constant financial struggle, suggesting that success depends largely on location and available goods. Another issue is the sheer randomness of sales. Unlike real-world economies where shops rely on consistent foot traffic, a Skyrim shopkeeper might go days without a single sale. Then, out of nowhere, a heavily armed adventurer might walk in and buy out half the inventory. This feast or famine cycle makes long-term financial planning very difficult for shopkeepers. Additionally, competition can be fierce. General stores in large cities like Solitude and Riften have an advantage over smaller town shops, as they benefit from more travellers and a wealthier clientele. In contrast, a shopkeeper in a remote village like Riverwood may struggle to sell anything beyond basic supplies. Merchants who specialise in rare goods, like Enther in the College of Winterhold, tend to have more stable income because they cater to specific niche markets. Even with these drawbacks, shopkeeping remains one of the safest professions in Skyrim. Unlike mercenaries, which I'll touch on later, or miners, shopkeepers don't have to risk life and limb just to earn their pay. While they might get the occasional shakedown from bandits or a local gang like the Blackbriars, most shopkeepers can simply lock their doors at night and be relatively safe. For their estimated daily earnings, it's around 150 to 300 septims. Therefore, the verdict for shopkeeping in Skyrim is that it's more stable than other jobs, but it is still a hustle. Profitability depends on location, inventory, and a bit of luck. For those who value safety over high earnings, shopkeeping is a reasonable choice. Just don't expect to become the next Jarl. For those willing to swing a sword for money, mercenary work is an option. Bounty jobs pay 100 to 500 septims depending on the target. Clearing out a bandit camp may net 1,000 plus septims in loot, but you are also at a risk of dying to a frost troll. While the payout can be lucrative, success largely depends on skill, equipment, and luck. A well-equipped mercenary with enchanted gear and strong combat abilities can make a small fortune, while an inexperienced one might not survive their first contract. Combat jobs also have hidden costs, such as repairs to armor, restocking potions, and occasionally paying for healing services can quickly eat into profits. Unlike shopkeepers or miners, mercenaries have the benefit of freedom. They aren't tied to a single location and can take jobs as they please. However, this also means income is highly inconsistent. One day might bring a massive payday from looting a dungeon, while another could see a mercenary returning empty-handed or not returning at all. There's also the ethical dilemma. Some mercenaries are hired for honourable tasks like slaying bandits or protecting villages, while others take on a more dubious work, such as assassinations or working for criminal organisations like the Blackbriars or the Thieves Guild. Reputation can make or break a mercenary's career, as working for the wrong people might lead to trouble with the law or being blacklisted by honest employers. But going beyond traditional bounties, some mercenaries work as personal bodyguards, particularly for nobles or merchants travelling between cities. These jobs pay well, but carry their own risks, as wealthy employers often attract dangerous enemies. Others seek out ancient ruins and tombs in search of treasure, but such ventures are among the deadliest undertakings in Skyrim. Additionally, mercenary work isn't for everyone. The physical demands are extreme, requiring skill in combat and the ability to navigate Skyrim's harsh wilderness. Many mercenaries don't live long enough to enjoy their earnings, and even those who do often suffer lasting injuries, this can make future work difficult. Without a steady employer, a mercenary's income fluctuates, making long-term security very uncertain. The estimated daily earnings for a mercenary varies wildly, basically high potential. And for the verdict, being a mercenary comes with high risk but high reward. It's great if you don't mind dying. A skilled mercenary can make a fortune, but the job is brutal and unforgiving. Those who survive and build a reputation can live well, but the road to riches is paved with danger and bloodshed. Given how rough legal jobs are, it's no surprise many turn to crime. Joining the Thieves Guild can net 1,000 plus septims per job. Dark Brotherhood contracts range from 500 to several thousand septims. Banditry, a life of looting, pays well, assuming you don't get caught. There's also scamming and extortion and treasure hunting. In short, crime pays in Skyrim. A Thieves Guild member can make more in one heist than a farmer earns in a month. And with so much lawlessness, even the guards don't seem particularly motivated to crack down on it. Unless, of course, you get caught red-handed. After analysing Skyrim's economy, wages, and cost of living, one thing is clear. Surviving in Skyrim is tough. Honest labour barely covers basic expenses, and most workers live paycheck to paycheck, with little hope of upward mobility. Ultimately, while it's technically possible to make an honest living in Skyrim, it's a hard and unforgiving existence. If you want to thrive, you may have to embrace the shadows, or pick up a sword and carve out your own fortune. Skyrim is full of places with purpose. Whiterun is the political fulcrum of the Civil War, Solitude is a naval and imperial stronghold, Windhelm has cultural gravitas, Markarth has Dwemer mystique. Even Rokesteed is the canonical home of at least 3 bandit backstories. And then there's Morthal, a fog-covered swamp town that seems to exist entirely because someone at Bethesda whispered, "We need a place here," and then went to lunch. Morthal is quiet, isolated, barely connected by any roads. It's not near anything important, it doesn't produce anything quite valuable, and it seems like half the people living there forget they were supposed to be a part of a functioning town, and yet it still exists. It has houses, a Jarl, a tavern, a broom vendor. But here's the weird part. It might actually exist for no reason at all. Okay, so most of Skyrim's cities feel like, well, cities. They have gates, guards, walls, merchants yelling at you as you walk by. There's bustle, there's movement. There's a sense that people are trying to live out their lives, even if those lives involve shouting about cabbages or talking about Talos. Morthal doesn't really do any of that. Morthal feels like someone copy and pasted a small village and then forgot to texture half of it. There's not really any stonework, no grandeur, and most of the buildings look like they've been made from leftovers of better towns. The roads are dirt, the air is fog, the town is just there. Walk into Morthal and you won't get a warm greeting or a cinematic view from anywhere. You'll get a chicken, a confused NPC, and the creeping realization that this might be Skyrim's version of Purgatory. Who lives in Morthal? Honestly, it's pretty hard to tell. There's Alvar, who turns out to be a vampire. There's Falion, who lives in the swamps and performs dark rituals next to a mud puddle. There's a boy who just stares into the distance with the energy of someone who has seen too much and also nothing at all. There are a handful of loggers, a couple of fishermen, and that's about it. Half the town is either under suspicion, undead, or missing entirely. It's like someone wrote the town population list, lost it in the swamp, and then guessed. Morthal doesn't feel like a place where people live. It feels like a place where people hide. Skyrim is full of grand, defined places. Markarth is carved from stone, proud and ancient. Solitude sits atop of a cliff, regal and commanding. Riften hides in the mist, shady and bustling. But Morthal just sits there quietly. Not slouched, not standing still, just there. It's the kind of place you forget you were heading towards. You don't arrive in Morthal, you find yourself in Morthal. Like waking up mid-sentence in a story you didn't mean to read. And once you're there, it doesn't really tell you what to feel. It just lets you stand in it, in the cold, in the fog, in the quiet. There's something eerie about that kind of openness, because most towns in Skyrim tell you what they are, but Morthal doesn't. And in a strange way, that makes it feel more human than most places in the game. It's always foggy in Morthal, not just in the literal sense, though yes, the mist rolls in like clockwork and never quite leaves, but in the emotional sense as well. This is a town suspended in ambiguity. Things happened here clearly, tragedy, fire, secrets, but nobody really talks about them. Not properly, and not all the way as well. And that's the part that gets under your skin, or at least my skin. Because unlike other towns, where emotions flare up and people shout their grievances at you, from the first step through the gate to the end of the game, Morthal is all restraint. Pain that's been packed down tight, grief that doesn't scream, it just waits. Fog on the ground and fog in the air and fog inside the people. That kind of quiet hurts more than a city burning down. If you've ever gone to Morthal, you've probably met the Jarl. And if you've met her, you'd find something strange. She's rumoured to be a seer, a dream watcher. A woman half in, half out of this world. And she is. But what people often forget, and what people love about her the most, is that she's also deeply calm. She doesn't bark orders, she doesn't make demands. She listens, she reflects, She lets you speak even when she already knows what you're going to say. There's a stillness in her that feels less like power and more like acceptance. That might be why some players love her. Because in a game filled with shouting Jarls who are constantly picking sides and making threats, this Jarl is one of the few who seems content to wait, to let the world unfold even when it's cruel. She's not indifferent, she's just tired in a way that doesn't come from laziness but from seeing too much. Morthal feels like a town that used to be more, and used to have more as well. Not in the sense of buildings or wealth, but in spirit. There's an absence in the air. Not emptiness absence, but like something was taken away and no one quite recovered it. You walk the wooden paths and hear the boards creak. And then there's this sense that every house is holding its breath. People do go about their lives, but it's slow and deliberate. Maybe it's the isolation. Maybe it's the swamp. Or maybe it's the way the wind sounds different here. But something about Morthal always feels like it's bracing for news that never comes. Other towns in Skyrim grow. They expand, shift allegiances, build statues, burn down and rebuild. But Morthal? Morthal never changes. And that's what makes it weird. Because it's not abandoned, it's not crumbling, it's just paused. Caught between moments like a song that cut out halfway through the chorus. People still live here. They still speak to you. They still have names and titles and roles. But there's this sense that no one here has taken a deep breath in a long time. That maybe they don't think they're allowed to. The swamp around Morthal isn't just a background dressing. It feels like part of the town's soul. Every tree is half dead, every root is submerged. It's a landscape that's in limbo. And when you wander it, like really wander it, not just sprint through it on the way to a bandit cave, you kind of start to feel it too. You pick your way through the waterlogged ground, you pass the stumps that look like they were trees a second ago. The mist curls around you and there's no music at all, just distant sounds. Frogs, water, wind. And somewhere in that silence, the game gives you a feeling that no quest ever does. What if you were forgotten? Not killed, not cast out, just forgotten. That's the feeling Morthal and its marshes leave you with. Not fear, not awe, something smaller, sadder, more real. Morthal isn't grand, it isn't flashy, it doesn't have a college of mages or a statue of Talos or a thieves guild lurking in the shadows. But it has something else, something harder to define. It has silence, it has stillness, it has a kind of honesty that most towns don't. It's not trying to be a part of your adventure, it's not begging for any attention at all. It's just existing, on the edge of things, quietly, sadly, and completely. So no, Morthal isn't a quest hub, it isn't a war zone, it isn't a place filled with secrets and treasure and radiant dialogue. It's something harder to define. It's a place that feels like it's waiting for something, for someone, or for a story that never came. But in that waiting, there's truth, there's meaning, and there's some beauty about it. Because not every place in Skyrim has to scream to be heard. Skyrim's mines are supposed to be a place of work. Simple, practical spaces where people dig, gather resources, and move on. But that's not always what they become. Because beneath the surface, far away from cities and guards, these places are vulnerable, easy to take over, easy to forget. And once something moves in, it rarely leaves. Spiders nest in the dark corners, Falmer carve out entire underground networks, and bandits can turn work sites into hideouts. What was once built for survival slowly becomes something else entirely. Something hostile, something claimed. And the deeper you go, the more it feels like these mines don't belong to Skyrim's people anymore. They belong to whatever got there first and refused to leave. Bile Gulch Mine is one of the clearest examples in Skyrim of how a place designed for simple, practical use can be completely overtaken and redefined by whatever decides to settle inside it, turning something ordinary into something controlled, hostile, and entirely removed from its original purpose. Located in the rocky tundra between Falkreath and Markarth, it doesn't stand out at first glance. It looks like any other mine scattered across the province. A small operation carved out into the landscape, with a few buildings signifying what is infesting there. This place is likely intended for resource gathering, quiet labour and steady output. But the moment you approach it, that expectation immediately starts to fall apart. Because Bile Gulch Mine isn't functioning as a mine anymore. It's a functioning stronghold. And more specifically, it's been claimed by a group of orc bandits who have turned the entire space into something far more structured and territorial than your typical roadside hideout. This isn't a temporary occupation or a loose gathering of enemies. It feels deliberate, reinforced, almost organised in a way that reflects orc stronghold culture, but twisted into something more aggressive and exclusionary. The exterior alone gives that impression. Barricades, watch positions, and a clear sense of control over the surrounding area makes it obvious that this isn't just a place they're hiding. It's a place they're defending. And that distinction is important because it changes how the mine is perceived. It's no longer just a location with enemies in it. It's territory, something that is being taken, reshaped, and now exists under entirely different rules than it was originally built for. Once you move inside, that feeling only intensifies. The mine's layout, like many others in Skyrim, is relatively straightforward, but the presence of the orc bandits transforms how it's experienced. Every corridor feels occupied, every open space feels watched. And the deeper you go, the more it becomes clear that this place has been adapted to support those living within it. There's a sense of permanence to it, as if this isn't just a temporary raid site, but a long-term base of operations. And that permanence is what makes it feel truly infested. Because infestation in this context isn't just about enemies being present, it's about replacement. The original function of the space has been completely overwritten. Whatever mining operation once existed here is irrelevant. The tools, the layout, the structure, all of it has been repurposed to serve something else. And that something else is control. The orc bandits don't just occupy this mine, they define it. Their presence dictates how the space functions, how it's navigated, and how it's perceived. There's no trace of its previous identity left in any meaningful way. And that transformation is what sets it apart from other infested locations. In many mines across Skyrim, you'll see remnants of their original purpose. Miners' belongings, partially used equipments, signs of a recent disruption. In Bile Gulch Mine, that sense of transition is largely gone. It doesn't feel like something that was recently taken over. It feels like something that has already been claimed and settled, with no intention of returning to what it once was. The orc presence also adds a unique layer to this idea, because unlike creatures like Falmer or spiders, who are often portrayed as inherently tied to the environments they inhabit, orcs bring with them a cultural identity. Their strongholds in Skyrim are structured, hierarchical, and bound by specific traditions. Bile Gulch Mine reflects a distorted version of that. It has the structure, the sense of hierarchy, the defensive mindset, but without the legitimacy or recognition of an official stronghold. It's what happens when that culture is removed from its proper context and forced into a space that wasn't meant for it at all. And that creates a kind of tension within the location. It feels organised but not stable, controlled but not really legitimate. Like something that exists on the edge of Skyrim's social structure, acknowledged only as a problem to be dealt with rather than a place to be understood. This ties into the broader idea of infestation as something that exists outside of the accepted systems of the world. Bile Gulch Mine isn't part of any hold's infrastructure. It doesn't contribute resources, doesn't support a settlement, doesn't serve any purpose beyond sustaining those who have taken over it. It's isolated, self-contained, and entirely disconnected from the systems that define the rest of Skyrim. And that isolation reinforces that feeling that this is something that has ultimately slipped through the cracks. A place that once lost is simply written off rather than reclaimed. Solion's Sinkhole is a place where the player ultimately gets surprised by what has overtaken it, feeling like an intrusion from something ancient, something that was already there long before the mine existed, waiting beneath the surface. Located in the Reach just north of Old Roldan Inn, it begins like many other mining operations in the province. A small, functional site carved into the landscape, built with a clear purpose and supported by workers trying to make a living. There's nothing outwardly unusual about it at first. It's modest, grounded, entirely tied to the present. But that sense soon quickly starts to unravel the moment you step inside. Because what defines the sinkhole isn't what the miners built, it's what they uncovered. Unlike other mines that are taken over by bandits or creatures moving in from the outside, this is a case where the danger comes from below, from something buried and undisturbed until the act of mining itself brings it to the surface. The deeper sections of the mine reveal Nordic ruins, and with them the presence of Draga, not as scattered enemies but as a reawakening force tied to the ancient dead. This changes the entire framing of the location. The mine wasn't simply lost or abandoned, it was disrupted. The miners didn't fail to defend it, they accidentally unearthed something they were never meant to find. And once that line was crossed, there was no reclaiming it without confrontation of what had been awakened. What makes this especially effective is how the transition is handled. Much like Darkwater Pass, there isn't a single moment where everything changes. Instead, it's gradual. The mine begins to feel less like a place of work and more like a threshold. Wooden supports and mining equipment give way to stone architecture, carved walls and burial chambers that clearly belong to a much older world. And unlike Falmer tunnels which reshape and adapt, the Nordic ruin beneath Solion's Sinkhole feels preserved, untouched until recently. The Draga aren't building anything new. I don't think they really could anyway. They're reclaiming what was always theirs. And that distinction creates a very different kind of tension. This isn't a place being transformed into something else. It's a place reverting back to what it once was, with the miners' presence reduced to a brief interruption in a much longer timeline. The Draga themselves reinforce this idea through their behaviour and placement. They aren't wandering aimlessly or occupying the mine in a disorganised way. They are positioned within the structure of the ruin, guarding it, moving through it with a sense of purpose that feels tied to something older than the current world. When they spill into the mine's upper sections, it doesn't feel like an expansion. It feels like a spillover, like a coffee that was poured too far over the brim of the mug, as if the boundary between the ancient and the present has been broken. And that's where the real unease comes from, because this place doesn't feel like it's been taken over by external force. It feels like it's been opened up to something that was always there, just waiting beneath the surface, much like the Falmer in Darkwater Pass. This also gives the location a different kind of narrative weight compared to the other overrun mines. In places like Bile Gulch Mine, the transformation is visible and immediate. A group takes control, reshapes the space, and establishes dominance. In Darkwater Pass, the change is environmental and systematic, a slow absorption into something alien. But in Solion's Sinkhole, the change is temporal. It's about layers of history colliding. The mine represents the present, fragile and temporary, while the ruin beneath represents the past, enduring and unyielding. And when those two layers intersect, the result isn't coexistence, it's displacement. The present gives way to the past almost effortlessly. Even the structure of the mine supports this idea. It doesn't feel particularly deep or expansive at first, but once the ruin is revealed, the sense of scale shifts. The space beneath feels older, more significant, as if the mine was only ever scratching the surface of something much larger. And that imbalance makes the upper sections feel small in comparison, almost insignificant. The miners weren't uncovering a resource, they were uncovering a tomb, a piece of history that was never meant to be disturbed. And in doing so, they effectively erased their own claim to the space. The sinkhole ultimately stands out because it doesn't show a mine being lost. It shows how easily the present can be overwritten by the past in Skyrim. It's not about invasion or control, but about rediscovery in the worst possible sense. A reminder that much of the province is built on top of something older, something buried, and that digging too deep doesn't always lead to progress. Sometimes it just uncovers what was meant to stay hidden. And once that happens, the mine itself isn't just dangerous. It's no longer yours at all. Darkwater Pass doesn't feel like a place that was simply taken over. It feels like a place that was consumed slowly and completely, until whatever it used to be no longer mattered. Located near Darkwater Crossing and the Rift, it begins with a sense of being familiar. The entrance suggests a mine, or at least a very functional tunnel carved with purpose, something tied to the surface world and the people who live there. But that sense of normalcy doesn't last long. The deeper you move into Darkwater Pass, the more the environment shifts, not abruptly, but gradually, in a way that feels almost invasive. Wooden supports and man-made structures begin to give way to damp stone, bioluminescent growths, and the unmistakable signs of Falmer presence. It's not just that enemies appear, it's that the space itself begins to change identity. You're not entering a mine with Falmer in it, you're entering a Falmer domain that has absorbed a mine. That distinction is what defines Darkwater Pass, because the Falmer don't just occupy spaces, they reshape them. Their presence isn't surface level or temporary, it's systematic. The tunnels twist in ways that feel less engineered and more organic, as if the original layout has been altered over time to suit something else entirely. Charus nests line the walls, adding another layer of discomfort, not just visually, but conceptually as well. These creatures aren't just companions to the Falmer, they're part of the same ecosystem, reinforcing the idea that what's happening here isn't random. It's established, sustained, and deeply rooted. The further you go, the less it feels like you're exploring a location, and the more it feels like you're descending into something that has been building itself for a long time without interruption. What makes this especially effective is how subtle the transition is, creating a kind of overlap where it becomes difficult to separate what was built by humans and what has been altered by what came after. The blurring of boundaries is what gives Darkwater Pass its unsettling tone. It's not just a place that was lost, it's a place that was overwritten. The original purpose hasn't just been abandoned, it's been erased, replaced by something that doesn't resemble it in any meaningful way. Darkwater Pass doesn't feel temporary, it feels permanent, like whatever claim the surface once had over this space has been completely lost. It doesn't lead somewhere, it traps you within itself, looping you through a space that has no interest in connection back to the world above. It's a dead end in terms of purpose, but a fully realised system in terms of existence. Now that I've said all this, Darkwater Pass isn't technically a mine, and that's worth acknowledging, because on paper it doesn't belong in this category at all. It's a cave, separate from the structured, purpose-built spaces that define Skyrim's mining operations. But its inclusion here comes from something more contextual than literal. Because when you look at where Darkwater Pass is situated, right beside Darkwater Crossing, an active mining community, it starts to feel like an extension of that same industrial footprint. That kind of place that under slightly different circumstances would have been a mine. The geography lines up, the proximity makes sense. It sits close enough to a settlement built entirely around excavation that it's easy to imagine miners eventually pushing in that direction, expanding their operations, turning the cave into something functional. But that never happens, or more accurately, it can't happen. Because whatever potential that space had is already gone, claimed long before it could be repurposed. The Falmer and Charles don't just occupy the cave, they preempt its future. They turn what could have been a site of productivity into something inaccessible, something hostile, something completely cut off from the world. And that's why it still fits here, not because it is a mine, but because it exists right on the edge of becoming one. A missed opportunity shaped entirely by what got there first and refused to leave. Infested before miners could find any sort of resources in there. Colsega Mine is another location where a mine being overrun feels less like random occupation and more like a deliberate act of reclamation, turning what should be a place of labour into something deeply tied to the conflict of the Reach itself. Located just east of Markarth, along the river that cuts through the Karth Valley, Colsega isn't some forgotten or insignificant site. It's a gold mine, valuable, productive, and directly tied to the wealth of the region. Or at least it used to be. By the time you arrive, that value hasn't disappeared, but it has been redirected, because the Forsworn who now occupy the mine haven't just stumbled upon it or taken shelter there. They've taken control of something that represents the very forces they oppose. At first glance, the structure of Colsega still reflects its original purpose. The exterior is open, active in design, with smelters, workstations, and clear signs of an organised mining activity. But that quickly gives way to something more hostile. Forsworn patrol the area, not as scattered enemies, but as a group that clearly understands the terrain and has positioned themselves to defend it. There's a sense of awareness to their presence. They aren't just hiding within the mine, they're asserting control over it and the surrounding land. And that control feels intentional in a way that sets Colsega apart from other locations, like Embashard Mine, where bandits simply take advantage of opportunity. The Forsworn aren't opportunists in the same way. They're ideological. Their presence here carries meaning. That meaning becomes clearer when you consider what Colsega Mine represents within the Reach. The region itself is defined by tension between the Nords who control it and the Forsworn who claim it as their ancestral land. Markarth stands as a symbol of that control, a city built on Dwemer foundations, rich in resources and heavily guarded. The mine, sitting just outside of it, feeds into that same system. It's part of the infrastructure that allows Markarth to thrive. So when the Forsworn take over the mine, it doesn't just disrupt a single location. It disrupts a supply line. It's a direct challenge to the authority that governs the region. Inside the mine, that tension continues to build. The deeper you go, the more it becomes clear that this isn't just a defensive occupation. It's an adaptation of the space itself. The Forsworn don't reshape the mine in the same way Falmer might, nor do they leave it structurally untouched like bandits often do. Instead, there's a blending of identities. The mine's layout remains intact, but its atmosphere shifts. The presence of the Forsworn, with their distinct armour, rituals, and connection to the land, creates a contrast against the industrial nature of the space entirely. It feels like two opposing ideas existing in the same place: extraction versus belonging. The mine was built to take from the land. The Forsworn, in their own way, are trying to reclaim it. This creates a unique kind of discomfort because Colsega Mine doesn't feel like it's being stripped of meaning. It feels like it has been given a different one. The gold is still there, the tunnels still function, but the purpose behind them has changed. It's no longer about production or profit. It's about control, resistance, and presence. The Forsworn aren't mining the gold in any structured sense, but by holding the mine, they're denying it to those who would. And that act alone transforms the space into something political. There's also a noticeable difference in how the location feels compared to the more enclosed or isolated mines. Colsega is relatively open, both outside and its inside sections. Sunlight reaches parts of it, The river runs nearby, it doesn't feel buried or hidden in the same way as other overrun locations. And that openness makes the takeover feel more bold. This isn't something happening in the shadows, it's happening in full view, right on the edge of one of Skyrim's most important cities. The Forsworn aren't concealing their presence, they're making it known. So, Colsega Mine isn't just a place that was overrun, it's a place that was contested, taken and temporarily reclaimed, all within the broader struggle of the region it belongs to. It shows how a mine can become more than just a source of resources. It can become a symbol, a point of tension, a piece of land that means different things to different people. And because of that, its transformation feels more significant than a simple occupation. It's not just about who's inside the mine, it's about what the mine represents and who has the power to decide that. Embershard Mine is one of the first locations most players will ever encounter in Skyrim. And because of that, it's easy to overlook just how telling it is as an example of a mine being completely overrun and repurposed into something far removed from its original intent. Located just outside Helgen, along the road towards Riverwood, it sits directly in the path of your escape from the game's opening sequence. In many ways, it's designed to feel like a natural extension of the tutorial. A simple, approachable dungeon meant to introduce players to basic combat and exploration. But when you stop looking at it as a gameplay tool and instead consider what it represents within the world, Embershard Mine becomes something much more interesting. Because this isn't just a convenient early game encounter, it's a fully overtaken workplace sitting in one of the most trafficked areas in Skyrim, operating in plain sight. At a glance, Embershard still resembles what it once was. The structure is intact, the layout is clear, and there are still visible traces of its function as a mine. But almost immediately that illusion starts to break. The people inside aren't miners, they're bandits. They've wasted no time in turning the space into their own operation. Unlike more remote locations where takeovers can feel isolated or hidden, Embershard Mine exists right next to a major road, within walking distance of Riverwood and not far from Helgen itself. And yet, despite that proximity to civilization, it has been completely claimed by a hostile group with little resistance. That alone says a lot about how vulnerable these places are, especially in the aftermath of chaos like Helgen's destruction. Authority weakens and spaces like this are the first to fall. What makes Embershard stand out is how efficiently it has been repurposed. The bandits haven't just occupied the mine, they've adapted it to suit their needs almost seamlessly. Lookouts are positioned outside, keeping watch over the road. Inside, the layout is used strategically, with choke points, elevated positions and traps that suggest a level of awareness about how to defend a space. There's even a sense of routine to their presence. Conversations between bandits hint at a familiar nature, at a group that has settled in rather than just passing through. This isn't a temporary hideout, it's a functional base built on top of something that used to serve a completely different purpose. And yet, unlike places such as Bile Gulch Mine, there's no attempt here to establish identity or permanence beyond survival. The bandits aren't trying to build something new, they're simply using what's already there. The mine's infrastructure remains largely unchanged, but its meaning has shifted entirely. Where there was once labour and production, there is now control and opportunism. The tools, the tunnels, the storage areas, all of it has been recontextualised. The mine still functions in a way, but not for the people it was meant to serve. It's been hollowed out conceptually, its purpose replaced without altering its form. This creates an interesting contrast between appearance and reality. This mine looks familiar, almost mundane, especially compared to more dramatic locations in Skyrim. There are no ancient ruins hidden beneath it, no sprawling underground ecosystems, no overwhelming sense of scale. And because of that, it's easy to dismiss it as significant. But that simplicity is exactly what makes it effective. It shows how quickly and quietly a place can be overtaken without needing to be transformed into something unrecognizable. The change doesn't have to be dramatic to be complete. Sometimes all it takes is a shift in who controls the space. There's also something important about its placement so early in the game. Shard introduces players not just to combat, but to a recurring theme in Skyrim's world. That many of its structures are unstable, constantly shifting between ownership and abandonment. Mines, forts, caves, they don't stay under one group's control for long. They're contested, reclaimed, lost, repurposed over and over again. Shard Mine is simply the first time you see it happen, and because it's framed as a basic encounter, its implications are easy to miss. But in reality, it sets the tone for how the rest of the world has to operate. Even after clearing it, there's a lingering sense that nothing about the situation is permanent. The mine can be reclaimed, yes, but there's no guarantee it will stay that way. Another group could move in just as easily, and that instability is baked into the location, and to be honest, into the world of Skyrim itself. The mine doesn't present a resolved problem, it presents a cycle. In the end, what makes Shard Mine one of the most overrun mines and places in Skyrim isn't the scale of its takeover, but how ordinary it feels. There's no spectacle, no dramatic transformation, no hidden depth, just a straightforward example of how quickly something functional can become something hostile. And because it happens so early, so casually, it almost goes unnoticed. But it really shouldn't, because if a mine this close to civilization can be completely overtaken without much resistance, it raises a larger question about the rest of Skyrim. Not how these places fall, but how many of them were never truly secure to begin with. Mines in Skyrim are meant to be some of the most grounded places in the entire world. They're not ancient ruins or hidden cities, they're simply practical, built for one purpose, to work. But that's exactly what makes them so vulnerable. Because once that structure is broken, once the workers leave or something forces them out, these places don't stay empty for long. They get taken, sometimes by bandits looking for easy shelter, sometimes by something far worse lurking beneath the surface, and sometimes by forces that were already there, just waiting to be uncovered. What you're left with are spaces that feel familiar on the inside, but completely changed within. Not abandoned, but claimed. And across Skyrim, some mines stand out more than others, not for what they produce, but for what's taken over instead. Skyrim is a land built on history. Not just the kind you're told through quests and dialogue, but the kind that's buried in its ruins, carved into its walls, and hidden in places most players walk straight past. Ancient cities lie beneath the surface, forgotten tombs hold the stories of long-dead kings, and entire civilizations leave behind traces that are never fully explained. Some locations don't just exist for exploration or combat. They exist to tell a story, not loudly, not directly, but through atmosphere, design, and the small details that piece together something much larger than what you see on the surface. Because in Skyrim, the world doesn't revolve around the player. It existed long before you arrived. And in some places, you can still feel that history pressing in from every direction. Buried beneath the frozen landscape not far from Winterhold lies Sarthal, a ruin that at first glance might seem just like any other Nordic tomb. Another stretch of stone corridors filled with Draga and forgotten relics. But the deeper you go, the more it becomes clear that Sarthal is not just a ruin. It is one of the most historically significant locations in all of Skyrim, a place where the foundations of human presence in the province were first established, and where one of the most important and suspicious events in the Elder Scrolls history took place. Unlike many locations that hint at lore through scattered details, Sarthal is defined by its past, with every part of it tied to a story that reaches far beyond the ruin itself. Sarthal is known as the first human settlement in Skyrim, founded by Ysgramor and his companions after their arrival from Atmora. That alone gives it weight. This is not just an old city. It is the beginning of Nordic civilization in the region. Everything that comes after, the holds, the culture, the identity of Skyrim itself, traces back in some way to this place. But Sarthal's importance isn't just in its founding. It's in what happened shortly after. The Night of Tears. According to Nordic history, the Snow Elves attacked Sarthal, slaughtering its inhabitants in a sudden and devastating assault. Ysgramor, one of the few survivors, fled back to Atmora and returned later with the 500 companions, beginning the long and brutal conflict that would eventually lead to the near extinction of the Snow Elves as a visible civilization. This event is often framed as the catalyst for one of the most defining wars in Skyrim's history, a moment that shaped the province's cultural and racial tensions for generations. But this place complicates that narrative, because as you explore the ruin, you begin to uncover something that doesn't quite align with the traditional telling of events. The Eye of Magnus, a powerful and mysterious artifact hidden deep within Sarthal, suggests that the city was not just a settlement, but a site of immense magical significance. And that raises a question that the game never fully answers. Did the Snow Elves attack Sarthal out of pure aggression, or were they trying to reclaim or protect something hidden beneath it? That ambiguity is what makes Sarthal so lore-rich. It doesn't just present history, it challenges it. The version of events told by the Nords is clear and emotionally driven, a peaceful settlement destroyed by a hostile force. But the presence of the Eye of Magnus introduces doubt. It implies that there may have been more to the story, something that was either misunderstood or deliberately omitted over time. And that idea, that history is shaped by perspective, runs through the entire location. Even the structure of Sarthal reflects this layered path. As you move through the ruin, you're not just exploring a tomb. You're moving through different periods of time. The original settlement, the aftermath of the attack, and the later use of the site as a burial ground all overlap in a way that makes the location feel less like a single place and more like a timeline carved into stone. Each section tells a different part of the story, but none of them give you the full picture on their own. The involvement of the College of Winterhold adds another layer to this as well. When you first visit Sarthal, it's as part of a scholarly excavation, a controlled attempt to study and understand the past. But even this approach also feels limited. The college recognises the importance of the site, but it doesn't fully grasp the implications of what it contains. The discovery of the Eye of Magnus quickly shifts the focus from history to immediate danger, pulling attention away from the deeper question that this tomb raises. And that shift feels intentional, because Sarthal isn't a place that gives you answers, it's a place that leaves you with uncertainty. The Draga that inhabit the ruin are another reminder of this. Like many Nordic tombs, they represent the dead clinging to what remains of their world. But in Sarthal, they feel more significant. These are not just ancient warriors, they are the remnants of the very first Nords to settle in Skyrim. Their presence ties the player directly to that origin point, turning what could have been a standard dungeon into something far more meaningful. There's also a quiet tragedy to this tomb that isn't immediately obvious. It was once a beginning, a place of hope and expansion and new life. But now it's a grave, not just for the people who died there, but for the truth of what actually happened. The story has been told, retold, and solidified into something that may not fully reflect reality. And Sarthal, buried and forgotten for so long, becomes a symbol of that loss. In many ways, it represents how Skyrim handles its own history, not as something fixed and certain, but as something shaped by those who survive it. What makes Sarthal stand out among Skyrim's many ruins is not just its age or its connection to major events, but the way it encourages you to question what you're being told. It doesn't rely on spectacle or scale to convey its importance. Instead, it builds its significance through implication, through the gaps in its story, and that's what makes it one of the most lore-rich places in the entire game. Because it's not just about what happened there, it's about what we think happened and how easily that understanding can be incomplete. Southdale doesn't just show you the past. It reminds you that the past, especially in a world like Skyrim, is never as simple as it seems. Few places in Skyrim feel as heavy with history as Labyrinthian, unlike many ruins that hint at the past through scattered details or isolated events. Labyrinthian feels like a location where multiple eras of Skyrim's history have collapsed in on themselves. It is not just ancient, it is layered, almost suffocatingly so, with each corridor and chamber representing a different moment in time. Nordic legacy, dragon cult influence, and the rise and fall of the College of Winterhold all intersect here, turning Labyrinthian into something far greater than a dungeon. It becomes a convergence point, a place where Skyrim's past refuses to stay buried. Long before it became associated with mages and magical disasters, Labyrinthian was known as Bromjanar, a significant city during the time of the dragon cult. This alone places it among the most important locations in ancient Skyrim. The dragon priests were not just powerful figures, they were central to the structure of Nordic society at the time, ruling through both religious authority and fear. Bromjanar, as one of their strongholds, would have been a place of immense influence, deeply tied to the worship of dragons and the systems that upheld their dominance. But like many remnants of that era, Labyrinthian does not present this history in a clear or complete way. Instead, it lingers in fragments, in the architecture, in the presence of dragon priest masks, and most notably, in the hidden Bromjanar sanctuary. This secret area, accessible only through the collection of all dragon priest masks, feels almost mythological in its design. It exists outside of normal gameplay flow, disconnected from any quest, and yet it holds one of the most powerful artifacts tied to the dragon cult. The fact that such an important piece of lore is hidden away, requiring extensive exploration and dedication to uncover, reinforces the idea that Labyrinthian's history is not meant to be easily understood. And that's just one layer. Centuries later, Labyrinthian becomes tied to the College of Winterhold through one of the most infamous events in its history, the failed expedition of Archmage Savos Aran and his fellow apprentices. This is where the ruin shifts from ancient history to something more personal, more immediate. As you progress through Labyrinthian during the college questline, you witness echoes of that expedition, not through direct interaction, but through spectral memories that replay the group's final moments. These scenes are some of the most effective pieces of environmental storytelling in Skyrim. They don't just tell you what happened, they show you the gradual breakdown of trust, the desperation, and ultimately the betrayal that defined the expedition. Savos, who would later become Archmage, survives by sacrificing his fellow students, sealing them away to contain a powerful entity known as Morokai. It's a decision that ensured his survival and, by extension, his rise to power. But it also casts a long shadow over his character. What makes this particularly compelling is how it reframes the College of Winterhold itself. The institution presents itself as a place of learning and control, a refuge for those who study magic. But Labyrinthian also reveals a darker side, one where ambition and fear and the pursuit of knowledge can lead to irreversible consequences. It suggests that the college's authority is not as stable or as moral as it might appear, adding another layer of complexity to its role in Skyrim. Then there's Morokai. As one of the dragon priests, Morokai represents the lingering power of the dragon cult, a direct link between Skyrim's ancient past and its present. His presence within Labyrinthian ties the two major layers of the ruin together, the era of the dragon priests and the more recent history of the college. He is both a relic and a threat, something that should have remained buried but continues to influence events long after his time has passed. This blending of timelines is what makes Labyrinthian feel so unique. Most locations in Skyrim are rooted in a single identity: a Nordic tomb, a Dwemer ruin, a bandit camp. Labyrinthian refuses that simplicity. It is all of those things at once, shifting between identities as you move through it. One moment you're navigating ancient burial chambers, the next you're witnessing the aftermath of a magical catastrophe. The environment never lets you settle into a single interpretation of what the place is. Even the name Labyrinthian feels intentional as well. It's not just a physical maze, though it certainly functions as one. It's a narrative maze as well, a place where history loops back on itself, where answers lead to more questions, and where understanding the full story requires piecing together fragments from entirely different time periods. There's no single clear explanation for everything that has happened here. Instead, you're left to navigate the complexity on your own. There's also a sense of isolation that amplifies all of this. Labyrinthian is not a place people casually visit. It sits in the mountains, distant and imposing, separated from the rest of Skyrim both geographically and thematically. When you enter it, you're stepping into something self-contained, a pocket of history that has remained largely untouched. That isolation allows its stories to linger, undisturbed, giving the entire location a kind of eerie permanence. And in the end, what makes Labyrinthian one of the most lore-rich places in Skyrim is not just the amount of history it contains, but the way that history is presented. It's not organised or easily digestible. It's fragmented, overlapping, and often contradictory. It forces you to engage with it, to question it, to accept that you may never fully understand everything it holds. It is a place where power was once centralised, where knowledge led to betrayal, and where the past continues to shape the present in ways that are never fully resolved. Labyrinthian doesn't just tell a story, it buries it, and leaves you to find your way through it. Hidden deep within the mountains of the Reach, carved directly into the stone and concealed behind layers of secrecy, Skyhaven Temple stands as one of the most historically dense and quietly significant locations in all of Skyrim. Unlike ruins that tell fragmented stories or isolated events, Skyhaven Temple feels deliberate, constructed with purpose, preserved with intention, and tied directly to one of the most important ongoing conflicts in the Elder Scrolls universe, the war between dragons and those sworn to hunt them. It is not just a relic of the past, it is a continuation of it. Skyhaven Temple was built by the Blades, an ancient order dedicated to serving the Dragonborn and, more importantly, to combating the threat of dragons. But by the time you discover it, the Blades are nearly extinct, hunted down and dismantled by the Thalmor following the events of the Great War. That context alone gives the temple a sense of weight. This is not just headquarters. It is the last remnant of a once powerful organisation, a place that has outlived the people it was built to serve. And yet, despite its emptiness, it doesn't feel abandoned. It feels like it's waiting. The journey to Skyhaven Temple reinforces this idea. You don't just stumble upon it. You have to earn your way in. Hidden behind Karthspire, guarded by Forsworn, and sealed with mechanisms that require the blood of a Dragonborn, the temple is intentionally inaccessible. This isn't a place meant to be found by chance. It is designed to remain hidden until the right person arrives. And that design speaks volumes about the Blades themselves. They weren't just warriors. They were strategists, planners, individuals who understood the importance of secrecy and legacy. Once inside, the temple reveals its true significance through the Alduin's Wall, a massive carved relief that depicts the history of dragons, the rise of Alduin, and the eventual defeat brought about by a Dragonborn. This is one of the clearest examples in Skyrim of history being recorded with purpose. Unlike the fragmented stories of Sarthal or the layered confusion of Labyrinthian, Alduin's Wall presents a narrative that is structured, intentional, and preserved across generations. But even here, there's an underlying complexity, because Alduin's Wall is not just a historical record, it's an interpretation. It shows events from the perspective of the Blades, emphasising the role of the Dragonborn as a hero figure, a necessary force in ending Alduin's reign. It simplifies a conflict that elsewhere in Skyrim is presented with more ambiguity. Dragons are not purely mindless destroyers. Alduin is not just a force of chaos. He is tied to prophecy, to cycles of destruction and rebirth. And yet the wall presents a more straightforward version of events. That contrast makes Skyhaven Temple feel less like a neutral archive and more like a curated legacy. The Blades didn't just record history, they shaped how it would be remembered. There's also a strong sense of continuity within the temple. Unlike many ancient locations that feel disconnected from the present, Skyhaven Temple directly ties into the Dragonborn's journey. It doesn't just tell you what happened, it informs what you need to do next. The past is not separate from the present here, it actively guides it. The knowledge preserved within the temple becomes a tool, something that pushes the story forward, rather than simply existing as background detail. And that makes it feel alive in a way few lore-heavy locations do. At the same time, the temple carries a quiet sense of loss. The Blades as an organisation are no longer what they once were. Delphine and Esbern represent what's left, fragments of a once unified group trying to reclaim their purpose. And Skyhaven Temple, despite its grandeur and historical importance, cannot restore what has already been lost. It provides a foundation, a reminder of what the Blades stood for, but it doesn't rebuild them. It simply gives them a place to stand again. That tension between past and present is what really defines the location. It is both a monument and a refuge, a place built to endure, now occupied by those trying to rediscover what it was meant to be. Even its architecture reinforces this idea. The temple blends seamlessly into the mountain, hidden in plain sight, designed not to dominate the landscape, but to become part of it. This reflects the philosophy of the Blades, to operate quietly, to observe, to act when necessary, but remain unseen otherwise. There's a discipline to its design, a sense that every element serves a purpose. And that purpose has not faded, even if the people who built it have. In many ways, Skyhaven Temple represents one of the clearest examples of intentional legacy in Skyrim. It is not a ruin left behind by accident. It is a place meant to be found, but only under the right circumstances. It preserves knowledge not just for remembrance, but for action. It bridges the gap between ancient history and present conflict in a way that feels direct and meaningful. And what makes it one of the most lore-rich places is not just the information it contains, but the clarity of its role within the larger narrative. It doesn't just hint at the past, it connects it to the future. It shows how history can be preserved, interpreted, and ultimately used to shape what comes next. But even with that clarity, there's still something quietly unresolved about it. Because while Skyhaven Temple tells you what the Blades believed, it leaves open the question of whether they were right. And in a world like Skyrim, where history is rarely as simple as it's presented, that uncertainty is what gives the temple its lasting weight. It is not just a place of answers, it is a place of perspective. Skyrim is a world that constantly reminds you of its scale, but its true depth doesn't come from how big it is. It comes from how much has already happened before you arrive. Places like Sarthel, Labyrinthian, and Skyhaven Temple aren't just locations you clear out and move on from. They are layers, pieces of history that was never meant to be fully understood in a single visit. Each one tells a story, but more importantly, each one leaves something out. A missing perspective, a questionable truth, a version of events that feels just a little too convenient. And that's what makes them so powerful, because the lore in Skyrim isn't handed to you cleanly. It's fragmented, biased, sometimes even contradictory. Sarthel makes you question the origins of conflict. Labyrinthian shows how history can collapse in on itself, leaving behind only echoes and consequences. Skyhaven Temple presents a carefully preserved narrative, one that feels authoritative but not necessarily complete. Together they reveal something much bigger about the world, that history in Skyrim isn't about certainty, it's about interpretation. These places don't just exist to give you answers, They exist to make you think about who those answers are coming from and why they were preserved in the first place. They turn exploration into something more than just movement through space. It becomes a process of piecing together meaning, of deciding what you believe in a world where every story has been shaped by time, conflict, and perspective. And maybe that's the most important part, because long after the quests are finished, the enemies are gone and the loot has been collected, these places do tend to stay with you, not because of what they told you, but because of what they didn't. Skyrim is a massive world, but not all of it feels connected. Some places sit far outside everything else, cut off by distance, terrain, or just the feeling that no one is meant to be there. You don't stumble into them by accident. You have to go out of your way to find them. And when you do, the difference is immediate. The noise disappears, the movement fades, even the world itself starts to feel quieter, like it's pulled back just enough to leave you alone with wherever you've ended up. These aren't just remote locations, they're the places that feel completely separated from everything else. And the longer you stay in them, the more that isolation starts to sink in. In the rugged north of Skyrim, between the snowy trails that connect Winterhold and Windhelm, there lies a place so unremarkable that many players walk past it without even realizing it exists. A wooden sign, a small shack, and a hollow cave mouth mark its entrance. Inside you'll not find bustling workers, veins of precious ore, or the lively atmosphere of Skyrim's many other mines. Instead you find nothing, dust, empty tunnels, and a group of miners stubbornly refusing to abandon hope. This is a location that feels like a joke at the player's expense. Skyrim is a game filled with purpose. Every dungeon, every cave, every town usually serves a narrative or mechanical function. Yet this mine appears to break that rule. It is, for what it's worth, the only mine in Skyrim that exists for no reason at all. But that emptiness is exactly what makes this mine so fascinating. Why did Bethesda include this strange, barren location? And what does it say about Skyrim's world building that such a purposeless place exists at all? When the Dragonborn stumbles upon Whistling Mine, expectations run high. The name itself conjures mystery. Perhaps a mine haunted by a mysterious whistling sound, or maybe a productive site rich with valuable ore. Skyrim's other mines reward exploration with iron, silver, gold, or even unique quest lines. Surely Whistling Mine should be no different. Instead, the player discovers disappointment. The mine is completely devoid of resources. There are barely any ore veins to mine, no treasures to uncover, and no enemies to fight. Inside are only a handful of NPCs, miners who, despite their presence, seem to have no purpose. They wander the mine, complain about its barrenness, and go about their day as if something important is going to happen. But the player quickly realizes nothing important is actually ever going to happen in this mine. Unlike Colsega Mine, with its lucrative veins of gold, or the Sidna Mine, tied directly to Markarth's prison system and the Forsworn, Whistling Mine feels hollow. It is a location that offers neither narrative nor mechanical reward. Though the mine itself offers little, the NPCs inside provide a strange glimpse into Skyrim's quieter storytelling. Here you can meet a small cast of miners, led by Thorgar, the Overseer, a man who seems determined to keep the operation alive despite the obvious futility. Alongside him are other workers whose dialogue makes it clear they are scraping by, frustrated by the mine's lack of resources, but still holding out hope that they will strike big. Unlike other Skyrim NPCs, they don't point you to a quest, treasure, or larger storylines. Instead, they exist simply to complain. Their lives are stagnant, their work meaningless, and their mine utterly barren. This makes Whistling Mine more unsettling than it first appears. In a world filled with heroes, dragons, and legends, here are ordinary people trapped in futility. They dig in a mine that has nothing, clinging to the illusion of productivity. In many ways, it feels like a cruel social commentary. Not everyone in Skyrim is destined for greatness. Some are doomed to toil in places that will never reward their labor. The defining feature of Whistling Mine is its complete lack of ore. This sets it apart from every other mine in Skyrim. Ironbreaker Mine in Dawnstar provides a steady supply of iron. Quicksilver Mine, also in Dawnstar, gives players access to quicksilver veins. Coalseger Mine is rich in gold and a jackpot for any adventurer. Gloombound Mine is one of the largest sources of ebony in the province. But Whistling Mine? Well, it has nothing. Players expecting even a few iron veins are greeted with empty tunnels. This lack of reward creates a kind of narrative void. Why would the miners even stay? And why does the mine exist at all? Skyrim typically rewards exploration, but here the reward is just absence, and that absence makes the player pause. The emptiness itself then becomes the story. The question then becomes, why did Bethesda put Whistling Mine in the game? Was it an oversight, a cut piece of content, or an intentional design choice? Several theories could give us the clue. Cut content theory. Many believe Whistling Mine was originally supposed to feature ore veins or a quest, but these were removed during development. The NPCs, dialogues, and mine structures suggest something more was planned, but abandoned. World building. Not every mine in Skyrim should be a gold mine, literally. Whistling Mine reflects the reality of failure, a reminder that not every business or settlement thrives. Its very emptiness grounds Skyrim in realism. Dark humor theory. Skyrim often hides jokes within its world, and Whistling Mine may be one of them. The name suggests promise, but the reality is disappointment, a wary commentary on a wasted effort, both for the miners and the player. But whatever the truth, the result is the same. Whistling Mine stands out precisely because it does nothing at all. Skyrim is filled with locations that seem small or insignificant. There are unmarked ruins, shacks with minor backstories, or caves with only a handful of enemies. But even these usually offer something: loot, lore, or at least combat. Whistling Mine lacks all of that. It is perhaps the only location in the game where the player gains absolutely nothing from it. Compare it to Miko's Shack, which, though small, introduces the loyal dog companion Miko. Dead Lover's Camp, a tiny unmarked location, yet it's deeply emotional in its tragedy. Refugees Rest, a ruined watchtower filled with skeletons, quietly hinting at the horrors of war. Each of these minor places adds texture to Skyrim's world, but Whistling Mine, by contrast, removes that texture. Its purpose is in its purposelessness. Perhaps the deeper meaning of Whistling Mine lies in its commentary on labor. Skyrim often highlights the tensions between power and poverty. Jarls, guilds, and wealthy merchants thrive, while farmers, miners, and beggars struggle in obscurity. The miners of Whistling Mine are emblematic of this imbalance. They labor endlessly, but their labor yields nothing. Their overseer clings to hope, but his hope is delusion. Their existence is a tragedy, not of violence, but of stagnation. In a province where great battles rage and heroes rise, Whistling Mine is a quiet reminder of futility. Not all stories are heroic, some are just empty. One of the most striking things about Whistling Mine is that the Dragonborn cannot fix it. In Skyrim, the player often has the power to transform lives. You can liberate towns, rescue hostages, overthrow Jarls, rebuild the Thieves Guild, and restore the Dark Brotherhood. Mines too can be cleared of bandits or forsworn, reopening them for the workers. But Whistling Mine, it remains barren no matter what you do. You cannot uncover hidden ore veins, rally the miners, or change their fate. This makes this mine feel especially bleak. It is not simply forgotten, it is just unchangeable. Even the Dragonborn's legendary power cannot bring purpose to this hollow place. And what of the name Whistling Mine? Surely it implies something unusual, perhaps supernatural. Players might expect eerie ambient sounds, a ghostly whistle carried by the wind, or a legend hidden beneath the tunnels. But the name, like the mine, delivers nothing. There is no whistle, no mystery, no revelation, just silence. This, more than anything, cements the mine's identity as the most purposeless location in Skyrim. Its very name is a false promise, a tease that never pays off. Whistling Mine stands as one of Skyrim's strangest curiosities. A mine without ore, NPCs without quests, a name without meaning. Yet in its emptiness, it captures something haunting about the world Bethesda created. For every Jarl, hero, or Dragonborn, there are countless others living in loneliness, working without reward, existing without purpose. Whistling Mine is not a place of riches or glory. It is a place of silence, futility, and forgotten lives. It is, without a question, the only mine in Skyrim that exists for no reason. Skyrim is full of characters who demand your attention. Ulfric shouts his rebellion from Windhelm's throne. Maven Blackbriar casts her shadow across Riften. Even the smallest villagers, farmers, miners, hunters, usually serve some identifiable purpose in the vast clockwork of the game. And then there's Nafi, a beggar who lives on the edge of Ivarstead, in the ruins of his family's house, scraping by in dirt and despair. You don't find him unless you're looking, and if you do, the game itself seems unsure what to do with him. He is lonely, broken, and largely ignored, both by the town he lives near and by the narrative of Skyrim itself. Nafi is not just a side character, he's a wound in the world building, an NPC so isolated, so forgotten, that his very presence feels like a mistake, and yet he lingers. His life reduced to ashes, but why? Ivarstead is already a strange town, a waypoint between Whiterun and Riften. It is best known as the final stop before the 7,000 steps up to High Hrothgar. For most players, it's a pass-through, a place to grab supplies, listen to rumours, and then begin the climb to meet the Greybeards. But if you walk just outside of the town, across the bridge, and towards the riverbank, you'll notice something peculiar. A burnt-down house, collapsed, abandoned. Inside the ruins, you'll hear muttering, and then you'll see him, Nafi the beggar. He doesn't greet you like other NPCs, he doesn't stand tall, he doesn't have a job, doesn't contribute. Instead, he shuffles, mumbles, and begs. He's a man who has been hollowed out. He is in many ways the physical embodiment of absence. Nafi is not homeless by choice. His family's house burned down, leaving him destitute. His sister, Rada, went missing and never returned, leaving him both orphaned and alone. The trauma shattered him, and when you meet him in the game, he is already too far gone. The villagers of Ivarstead know him, they pity him, in the way one might pity a stray dog, but no one truly ever helps him. He is tolerated but not embraced. The innkeepers will sometimes mention his state. The townsfolk shake their head, but no one offers him food or shelter or companionship. Skyrim is a land filled with tragedy, but Nafi is unique because his tragedy is not tied to prophecy, war, or gods. It is simple, domestic, and all too human. The story of a man who lost everything and in turn was left behind. If you talk to Nafi, he will mumble about his missing sister, Rada. This triggers a small miscellaneous quest, the straw that broke. You're asked to search for Rada. Her fate is bleak. You find a necklace by the river suggesting that she drowned. You return to Nafi with the news and he thanks you in his sort of broken way. That's it. That's the quest. No reward, no consequence, no major branching path. Just the quiet resolution of a man whose world is already over. Compared to the sprawling quest lines of Skyrim, the Civil War, the Dark Brotherhood, the College of Winterhold, Nafi's quest feels almost like a whisper, but perhaps that's the point. It is not about changing the world, it is about changing one's understanding of his loss. Still, the question lingers, why does Skyrim include this NPC at all? Most characters in Skyrim have a gameplay function. Shopkeepers sell goods, followers fight by your side, trainers teach skills. Even background NPCs serve to populate towns, flesh out culture, or connect to Radiant quests. But Nafi, he offers nothing. He cannot be married, recruited, or trained. His quest yields no material benefit. He doesn't even move from the ruins of his house. He is frozen in place, a relic of sorrow, existing only to remind players of what cannot be fixed. In this sense, he feels purposeless, and that purposelessness is precisely what makes him so disturbing. He's not just an NPC, he is a monument to futility. If you've joined the Dark Brotherhood, you encounter Nafi again, this time as a target. Astrid assigns you to kill Nafi. No justification, no backstory, no explanation. He is simply just marked for death. This transforms Nafi from a forgotten beggar into one of Skyrim's most unsettling moral dilemmas. Do you kill a broken man already destroyed by life simply because you were told to? When you approach him, he doesn't resist. He doesn't even seem to understand. He just wanders, starts running, muttering obliviously. Striking him down feels crueler than killing any bandit or soldier. But the game doesn't care. The Dark Brotherhood rewards you all the same. His death changes nothing. His absence barely even registers. It is as if the world of Skyrim, like the people of Ivarstead, have already forgotten him. Nafi's existence raises fascinating questions about Skyrim's design. Why include such a character? Why give him no real role, no meaningful quest, or no redemption? The answer may lie in contrast. Skyrim is full of chosen ones, heroes, villains, and gods. By comparison, Nafi is a reminder of the people who slip through the cracks. He embodies the theme of isolation, showing what happens to those who are too small, too powerless to be swept up in prophecy. His placement in Ivarstead is deliberate. Travellers pass through here on their way to High Hrothgar to seek enlightenment, to hear destiny call. Nafi sits just outside of that, close enough to be seen but far enough to be ignored. In a game about fate, Nafi has none. Perhaps the most haunting aspect of Nafi is not his backstory or his role in quests, but simply how alone he feels. When you speak to him, there are no background voices cheering, no bustling market sounds, no friends approaching, just the wind, the ruin of his house, and his muttering. The silence is louder than any dragon's roar. It communicates despair in a way combat never could. Players who stumble upon Nafi often leave unsettled. They remember him not because he was important, but because he was forgotten. Skyrim has its share of outcasts and broken souls. Not Beard in Kyne's Grove, the Madman in the Reach, even Cicero the Fool. But all of them have connections, to quests, to factions, to larger themes. Nafi has none. He's not a mad jester tied to prophecy. He's not a bandit hiding from the law. He is not a mage who dabbled too far. He is simply a man destroyed by grief. And in this way, he is more realistic than most NPCs. His suffering isn't epic, it's personal, which is exactly why it hits harder. If Skyrim is about choices, then Nafi represents the illusion of choice. You can help him find closure about his sister. You can kill him for the Brotherhood, or you can ignore him entirely. No matter what you do, the outcome feels empty. There's no celebration, no recognition, no reward. His life begins and ends in quiet misery. And maybe that's the message. Not every story in Skyrim is one of glory. Some are about loss, some are about despair, and some are about lives so small they slip through the cracks. Nafi represents the forgotten people of Tamriel, the ones who don't matter to history, but still exist in the margins. What lingers most about Nafi is not his dialogue or his quest, but the guilt he plants in other players. Do you kill him and feel like a monster? Do you leave him alive knowing he'll continue to suffer alone? Do you ignore him and pretend you never saw him? None of these options feel good, and maybe that's the genius of his design. Nafi is not there to serve you, he's there to remind you that some wounds never heal. Nafi is, without question, the most isolated NPC in Skyrim. He has no allies, no purpose, no impact on the world. His only legacy is the uncomfortable silence he leaves behind. In a game filled with heroes, villains, dragons, and gods, this beggar is the reminder of what lies outside the spotlight. He is the human cost of a harsh world. He is what happens when no one cares, and that perhaps is why players remember him. Not because he mattered, but because he didn't. When people think of Skyrim's Rift, their minds immediately go to Riften, the bustling city of thieves and corruption that dominates the region's identity. Or perhaps they think of Ivarstead, the humble village at the foot of the throat of the world, forever tied to the pilgrimage of the Greybeards, and even smaller places like Darkwater Crossing seem to have a similar presence. Their stories woven into the fabric of Skyrim's world, even though small. But there is one settlement in the Rift that sits far from those well-known paths. A mining village clinging to survival on the northern edge of the Rift. This place is the kind of place most players never truly notice. It exists in a liminal space, not large enough to be a proper town, not small enough to vanish entirely into obscurity. It lingers in the background, defined not by grandeur or tragedy, but by its sheer isolation. And it may very well be the most isolated town in all of Skyrim. Shaw's Stone sits in a lonely corner of the Rift, tucked away to the north, separated from Riften by hills and winding paths. It isn't located on any major road, nor is it a stop on the way to a grand quest. This geography matters. Skyrim is a game where roads often dictate narrative significance. Riverwood thrives because it sits directly on the road between Helgen and Whiterun. Ivarstead draws pilgrims because of its position on the 7,000 steps. Dawnstar rests on a major coastal route. Shaw's Stone, however, is not on the way to anywhere. It is an endpoint, a detour, a settlement hidden in the folds of the Rift's rugged terrain. This placement ensures its isolation, both physically in the world and psychologically in the minds of players. Even when you do arrive, it feels like you've stumbled upon something you weren't meant to find. A small collection of houses, a mine, a smelter, and a few wary faces, hardly enough to justify its place on the map. The very name Shaw's Stone speaks volumes about the village's identity. Shaw, the Nordic god of afterlife and warrior spirit, is revered as a central figure in Nord belief. To name a place after Shaw's Stone suggests deep relevance, as though this little town is tied to something holy or ancestral, and yet there is no shrine, no temple, no marker to explain this name. Unlike Kyne's Grove, where the name ties directly to Nordic myth, Shaw's Stone carries a title that feels weighty but ultimately hollow. This disconnect adds to the town's sense of isolation. It wears a name of grandeur, but in practice it's just another mining village. It feels as though it should mean more, but it really just doesn't. The beating heart of Shaw's Stone is Red Belly Mine, and here lies one of the strangest details about the town. The mine, which provides iron ore for the settlement, is also infested with frostbite spiders. When the Dragonborn arrives, this infestation looms as the central problem. The villagers, hardy Nords who should be able to handle such threats, are powerless, reduced to begging for help. For a player used to grand quests involving Daedric princes or dragons, the task of clearing spiders from a mine might feel trivial, but it is exactly this smallness that makes Shaw's Stone stand out. Its great crisis is not war, nor banditry, nor political intrigue. It is survival against pests that have overtaken their own source of livelihood. Once cleared, the mine returns to its monotonous cycle. Workers return, ore is smelted, and life continues. The Dragonborn leaves, and Shaw's Stone remains unchanged, its isolation still unbroken. Shaw's Stone is home to only a handful of NPCs, including the mine's overseer, Filjar, and his wife Oddfell, and a few other workers who just mumble during the day. These characters are not woven into Skyrim's grander narratives. They do not lead quests of consequence, nor do they tie into faction politics. They exist simply as miners. Their dialogue reflects this as well, revolving almost entirely around the mine, its dangers, and their humble work. They are not dreamers, adventurers, or schemers. They are static figures locked into lives defined by labour. This lack of depth makes them easy to overlook, but in their simplicity, they embody the forgotten working class of Skyrim. While the Jarls wage wars and the Dragonborn slays dragons, these miners toil in obscurity, unnoticed and unremarked upon. It is their isolation, not just geographically, but narratively as well, that makes them some of the loneliest characters in the game. Though Shaw's Stone appears disconnected from Skyrim's greater conflicts, it does brush up against the edges of the Civil War, like some of the other mining communities. The mine supplies ore to the surrounding region, which in turn fuels the production of weapons. Its allegiance, like many settlements, falls under the Rift, and thus the rule of Jarl Layla Lawgiver in Riften. But in the day-to-day lives of the Shaw's Stone miners, the war hardly registers. This absence is telling. Other towns are defined by their relationship to the war. Dawnstar is torn between Stormcloak and Imperial sympathies, while Falkreath sits as a prize to be contested. Shaw's Stone, however, is too small to matter. The great tides of history flow around it, leaving the villagers to their own isolated struggles. It is a settlement so far removed from the political storm that it feels almost timeless. As I have said previously, Skyrim contains several mining villages, but few are as lonely as Shaw's Stone. Karthwasten in the Reach is a hotbed of conflict between the Silverbloods and the independent miners, with quests and tensions. Darkwater Crossing is small, but it is tied to the tragedy of Helgen, giving its miners a history and some sort of narrative weight. Stone Hills is bleak and empty, but at least it touches the Civil War with its Imperial connections. Shaw's Stone, by comparison, has none of this. Its mine is not valuable enough to fight over, its villages are not remarkable enough to drive quests, and its location is not central enough to matter. It is the purest form of a forgotten town, existing for itself and for no one else. Part of what makes this place so isolated is its position within the Rift. The Rift is one of Skyrim's most distinctive holds, defined by golden forests, craggy cliffs, and the looming presence of Riften's corruption. But while most of the Rift feels alive with travellers, patrols, and danger, Shaw's Stone sits apart. Its northern edge is quieter, the roads less travelled. This creates a paradox. The Rift is one of the most vibrant holds, but within it lies one of the most lifeless settlements. The contrast only emphasises Shaw's Stone's isolation, as though it exists in a pocket of silence carved out from the Riften's noisy landscape. When the Dragonborn first steps into Shaw's Stone, there is often a sense of surprise. Many players arrive not because they sought it out, but because they stumbled upon it by chance. The reaction is usually the same. Oh, there's a town here. And after clearing the mine or speaking to the villagers, the player quickly moves on. Few have reasons to return, and the town has no equipment, no major quests, and no narrative hooks. It becomes a place remembered vaguely, if at all, a dot on the map that is rarely visited. For the player, Shaw's Stone becomes a symbol of Skyrim's forgotten corners, places that exist not to dazzle but to remind us that the world is bigger than the Dragonborn story. Perhaps the saddest part of this little mining village is that its grand name suggests a legacy it cannot live up to. To invoke Shaw is to invoke the heart of Nord culture, their god of warriors and the honoured dead. And yet here, this place is no more than a forgotten hamlet. Its stone, whatever it once meant, is buried beneath the banality of mining and survival. It feels as though the town is a shadow of something greater, a place that once may have held significance, but has now slipped into irrelevance. And in that way, its name becomes almost tragic. Unlike some settlements that rise and fall with quests, Shaw's Stone never changes. The mine may be cleared, but life continues as before. The villagers remain, endlessly repeating their routines. Nothing shifts, nothing grows, nothing collapses. This permanence creates a peculiar kind of loneliness. Other towns feel alive because they change. Riften can lose its Jarl. Falkreath can be fought over. Whiterun can be besieged. Shaw's Stone, however, exists outside of time. It is frozen in its isolation, forever the same small town and forever unnoticed. Shaw's Stone may not be haunted like Old Roldan, tragic like Darkwater Crossing, or corrupt like Riften. It may not hold ancient secrets or lost treasures, but in its simplicity, it becomes one of the most haunting places in Skyrim. It is a town that exists without a purpose, a mine that barely matters, a name that promises more than it delivers. It is the kind of place most players forget, and that is precisely what makes it the most isolated town in Skyrim. For in a world filled with dragons, Daedra, and heroes, perhaps the greatest loneliness of all is simply to be ignored. Markarth is a city of contradictions. Built into the crumbling ruins of the Dwemer, its golden towers rise proudly above, while its underbelly festers with poverty, corruption, and shadows. And hidden deeper still, below even the reach of the Silverblood family's power or the Jarl's decrees, lurks something more sinister, a secret faction most players might never stumble upon. It's not a guild you can join through banners or oaths. It's not an organization shaping the Civil War or Skyrim's future. Instead, it's a gathering of outcasts, bound by a hunger that is a bit more taboo than necromancy or Daedric worship itself. Cannibalism. This is the Coven of Namira, a faction so isolated, so detached from Skyrim's world that it almost feels like a secret meant to remain undiscovered. To understand her coven, one must first know Namira, the Daedric prince they serve. Namira is called the Lady of Decay. She is the mistress of repulsion, darkness, vermin and filth. Unlike princes who tempt mortals with power or beauty, Namira offers only revulsion. Her followers embrace the aspect of life that most reject: rot, death, and ugliness. Cannibalism in her eyes is a form of worship. To consume the flesh of the dead is to embrace decay, to revel in what others fear. Her faithful are often described as repulsive, not just in habit, but in appearance. It is fitting that her Skyrim cult hides in the shadows of Markarth, one of the bleakest cities in the province. You never hear about Namira's coven openly. No citizen of Markarth will whisper about it. No guard will mention it. Instead, you stumble upon it almost by accident. It begins at the Hall of the Dead in Markarth, where you overhear a priest, the priest of Arche, complaining about bodies being desecrated. If you press him, he confesses something horrifying. Corpses in the catacombs are being eaten. This is your first hint that something unnatural stirs in Markarth's foundations. If you investigate, you'll meet Iola, a mysterious woman who openly admits to her cannibalistic practices and invites you to a banquet. And just like that, without fanfare or build-up, you're suddenly standing on the threshold of Skyrim's strangest, most isolated faction. The questline tied to Namira's coven is chillingly direct. Iola asks you to lure the priest, the innocent priest of Arche, to a feast. Once there, the coven reveals itself, a circle of cannibals gathered around a long stone table waiting for flesh. The player is forced into a choice. Do you participate or do you resist? If you indulge, you carve into the priest's body and eat with the coven, solidifying your place among them. For your loyalty, you're given Namira's ring, an artifact that increases health from feeding on corpses. It's one of the darkest quests in Skyrim, not because of blood or gore, but because of its moral implications. You are asked to betray trust, commit sacrilege, and engage in something profoundly taboo. And when it's over, the faction fades back into silence. The coven is made up of scattered, lonely individuals drawn together by their shared hunger. Each one feels out of place in Skyrim society, their true selves hidden until the feast. Iola, the recruiter, is perhaps the most vocal, cold, calculating, and strangely charismatic. She serves as the coven's mouthpiece. The priest, though not a member, becomes the symbol of their betrayal. His innocence highlights the depravity of what follows. Around the table you'll find other citizens who, outside this quest, blend seamlessly back into Skyrim's world. They aren't enemies, they aren't villains, they're people you might pass in a marketplace without knowing the darkness within them. This blending of the ordinary with the monstrous makes the coven unsettling. They don't live in caves or shrines, they literally walk among us. Unlike the Thieves' Guild in Riften or the Dark Brotherhood in Falkreath, Namira's coven really has no headquarters beyond a hidden chamber. They don't wield power in politics or war, they don't offer jobs, progression, or a hierarchy to climb. Their entire presence is tied to a single quest line, and once it ends, they disperse back into obscurity. This is why the coven feels so isolated. They exist entirely on the fringes of Skyrim's world, untouched by the grander conflicts. You can complete the quest, acquire the ring, and never hear from them again. No guard will mention the murders, no bard will sing of the feast. It's almost as though Bethesda wanted them forgotten. What makes Namira's cult feel even lonelier than the others is the nature of their worship. In Skyrim, Daedric worship is not uncommon. You'll find shrines to Azura and cults of Mehrunes Dagon. These princes are dangerous, but their followers often hold real influence. Namira, however, represents something so viral that even other Daedric cultists would recoil. Cannibalism is not a power fantasy, it's degradation. The rewards are meager, the Ring of Namira pales in comparison to artifacts like Azura's Star or Dawnbreaker. In gameplay terms, the faction is optional. Its rewards are underwhelming, its presence fleeting, its narrative terms, it is feared, hidden, and despised. Thus, Namira's coven is undoubtedly isolated, shunned by society and ignored by players. One of the strangest details about this faction is how little the world reacts. If you kill the priest, no one in Markarth mourns him, no new dialogue acknowledges his absence, the city carries on as if nothing happened, as if the priest disappearing is just an ordinary affair. Similarly, if you spare him and refuse to join, the coven simply retreats back into the shadows, their hunger unquenched but unpunished. Again, the city never speaks of it. This silence contributes to the sense that Namira's coven exists in a vacuum. Their feast is a dark secret buried beneath the stone city, unseen, unremarked, and unresolved. Contrast Namira's coven with the Dark Brotherhood, who also practice murder in secret. The Brotherhood has a sanctuary, a hierarchy, and a lengthy quest line. They leave marks on Skyrim's political landscape. The Coven, by comparison, feels skeletal. One quest, one banquet, and nothing more. No further involvement and no future. It's even less developed than the Bard's College, often mocked for being underwhelming, but at least the Bards have a hall, multiple NPCs who speak more than just a few words, and a small sequence of quests. Namira's faithful barely qualify as a faction at all. This raises the question, why even include them? The tragedy of Namira's coven is their isolation. Unlike warriors or thieves who find family in their guilds, Namira's followers have no friends beyond the feast. They don't live together, they don't build a community, they came together only to eat and then they scatter. Their faction is less of an organisation and more of a temporary congregation of lonely outcasts. This loneliness reflects Namira herself. She is a prince of decay, of isolation, of filth. To follow her is to be cast out, to walk among others while hiding your true self. For players, this makes the faction memorable in concept, but hollow in execution. You are left with unease and not belonging. So why does the Coven of Namira exist in Skyrim at all? It doesn't shape the main story, it doesn't expand into a faction questline, it doesn't leave lasting consequences. But perhaps that's the point. Namira's followers aren't supposed to feel powerful or relevant. They're supposed to feel repulsive, forgotten, hidden away in the cracks of civilization. Their very irrelevance is their identity. Theirs is not a story of glory, but of secrecy. Not a tale of triumph, but of shame. And in that way, the most isolated faction in Skyrim perfectly embodies the god they serve. No one remembers the feast you attended in the shadows. No one cares that a priest lies dead, consumed by his fellow citizens. But you remember the cold stone table, the sound of the knife, the faces of ordinary people revealed as monsters. You remember the ring, warm with power yet heavy with its guilt. And as you walk out into Skyrim's open air, you realise something chilling. The Coven of Namira still exists. They are still out there hiding in plain sight. And that makes them the most isolated faction in Skyrim. So forgotten, so irrelevant that perhaps they exist for no reason at all. And maybe that's what makes them so unforgettable. Skyrim is a province of loud locations. Black Reach glows beneath the earth. Sovereign Guard burns in golden myth. The throat of the world scrapes the sky. But some places whisper. This place is one of those. Tucked quietly in the mountains southeast of Helgen, this cave rarely appears in discussions about Skyrim's most mysterious or most dangerous locations. It isn't tied to a Daedric prince, it isn't part of the main quest. It doesn't contain a legendary artifact that players obsess over. And yet, it might be one of the strangest, most overlooked locations in the entire province. Because South Fringe Sanctum is not just a cave, it's a borderland refuge, a political statement, a forgotten experiment in coexistence. and almost nobody goes there. To understand why South Fringe Sanctum is so unexplored, you have to look at where it sits. It's near Helgen, a location players rush through in the opening hours of the game. But after Helgen burns and the tutorial ends, most players never return to that stretch of wilderness, unless a quest demands it. And South Fringe Sanctum never demands anything. There is no radiant bounty sending you there early on, no major faction quest that points you towards it, and no NPC in Riverwood whispers rumours about it. It exists quietly, almost defiantly off the beaten path. Skyrim trains players to follow markers, rumours, and dramatic events. South Fringe Sanctum offers none of those hooks. You only find it if you deliberately explore the mountain ridges and cold edges near the southern border, which means most players never see it at all. And that's exactly what makes it fascinating. When you finally enter this cave, you expect bandits, or Falmer, or vampires. Instead, you find something far stranger. The cave is occupied primarily by hostile mages, conjurers, alchemists, and refugees from the College of Winterhold. These are not typical enemy necromancers chanting in ritual circles. They are mages who have withdrawn from society. Some were expelled from the college, some left voluntarily, some simply don't belong anywhere else. South Fringe Sanctum is not a lair. It's a refuge, more like. Inside, you find makeshift living quarters, alchemy tables, and quiet signs of domestic life. There is an air of seclusion rather than aggression. The inhabitants are defensive, yes, but not inherently malicious. It feels less like a dungeon and more like a hidden community. And that subtle difference makes the cave feel alive in a way most Skyrim locations never attempt. Geographically, South Fringe Sanctum sits near the southern border of Skyrim, close to Cyrodiil. And that matters. Skyrim's civil war rages across the province. The Thalmor hunt Talos worshippers. The College of Winterhold is mistrusted by nearly every hold. Magic itself is viewed with suspicion. Now imagine being a mage during this time. Where do you go? Not to Whiterun, they distrust magic. Not to Windhelm, they distrust outsiders. Not to Markarth, they distrust everyone. So you go south, you go to the mountains, you go somewhere no one will look. South Fringe becomes symbolic of something larger, the quiet exile of knowledge. It's a physical manifestation of how Skyrim pushes its intellectuals and mages to the margins. The province is loud about warriors and gods, but it is suspicious of scholars. And so the scholars disappear into caves. What makes South Fringe Sanctum even stranger is its proximity to Helgen. Helgen is where everything begins. It's the birthplace of the Dragonborn's story, the execution block, Alduin's return, the moment the world changes forever. Players remember Helgen vividly. The burning towers, the collapsing walls, the dragon overhead. And yet, just a short distance into the southern mountains, sits this cave, untouched by spectacle, untouched by destiny. That's the paradox. You start your journey in this region, you escape through its forests, you follow Hadvar or Ralof through its caves, you look back at Helgen's smoking ruins, and then you leave. You never think to climb higher, you never think to search the ridges, you never suspect that just beyond the path of your escape lies a hidden enclave of displaced mages. It's almost poetic. The most dramatic opening in Skyrim happens within the sight of one of its most overlooked sanctuaries. Helgen burns loudly, South Fringe waits quietly. One announces itself with fire and prophecy, the other hides in silence. And somehow, we remember only the flames. Unlike necromancer dens filled with corpses and ritual blood, South Fringe feels subdued. Yes, there are summoned creatures and magical defences. Yes, the inhabitants will attack if provoked. But there's no grand ritual, no Daedric shrine, no apocalyptic experiment unfolding. Instead, it feels like research. The cave contains alchemical ingredients, spell tomes, and study areas. It suggests that these mages are continuing their craft in isolation, refining magic away from political interference. It almost feels peaceful, which makes it deeply unusual. Skyrim rarely portrays magic outside of extremes, either heroic or monstrous. South Fringe Sanctum presents something in between. It's not evil, it's not good, it's simply removed. And that quiet neutrality may be why players overlook it. It doesn't shock, it doesn't terrify, it just exists. South Fringe Sanctum has no major questline attached to it. It only has 1 or 2 artifacts that draws you in, but the most prominent feature of South Fringe is the mage that is trapped within, and her name is Sloveni. It's optional in the purest sense. You don't need to go there to free her. But that optionality reveals something important about Skyrim's design philosophy. Bethesda built a world where not every place revolves around the player. Some places exist independently. The Sanctum does not care whether you discover it. Its inhabitants were surviving before you arrived and would continue to survive if you never came. That gives it an eerie authenticity. In a game where dragons wait for your arrival and Daedric princes single you out as chosen champion, South Fringe Sanctum feels refreshingly indifferent. It doesn't need you, and that makes it feel real. The College of Winterhold presents itself as a bastion of magical study in Skyrim, but it is also exclusive, political, and heavily scrutinised. Some mages are expelled, others leave in frustration. The college's leadership walks a careful line to avoid angering the Jarls. South Fringe Sanctum represents what happens to mages who fall through those cracks. It's not a rebellion against the college, it's what's left over. And that's quietly tragic. These aren't villains plotting conquest, they are displaced scholars trying to continue their work somewhere the world won't judge them. In that sense, the cave feels more human than most magical locations in the game. It shows us what magic looks like when stripped of glory. Skyrim is filled with grand ruins and dramatic dungeons, but its most interesting stories are often the ones that don't demand your attention. South Fringe Sanctum doesn't scream, it doesn't glow, it doesn't threaten the world. It simply exists, carved into stone, filled with displaced scholars, sitting quietly at the edge of a province too busy fighting itself to notice. And perhaps that's why it's the most unexplored place in all of Skyrim. Because in a world obsessed with dragons and destiny, the quietest stories are the easiest to miss. But they are often the most revealing. Every corner of Skyrim has its purpose. Whiterun serves as the beating heart of the Civil War and the Dragon Crisis. Riften has corruption, thieves, and guild politics. Dawnstar suffers under the weight of Daedric nightmares, while Falkreath lies hidden in the shadow of grief and death. Even the smallest villages, Riverwood, Iverstead, Karth Wayston, hold meaning as quest hubs, emotional touchpoints, or necessary crossroads. And then there's Dragon Bridge. It has a name, it has a marker, it has people, homes, and a claim to fame. The massive bridge that gives it life. But still, Dragon Bridge often goes unseen. Travellers pass through, adventurers barely glance at all. And the story of Skyrim hardly pauses to acknowledge it, only until the very end of the game. This is the loneliness of Dragon Bridge, a town balanced precariously between importance and invisibility, a settlement remembered more for its structure than for its people. Dragon Bridge sits in the northeastern corner of Skyrim, along the Karth River, just before the road curves towards Solitude. From a geographic standpoint, this should make it one of the most critical towns in the province. It serves as the final settlement before Skyrim's capital, sitting on a road that countless merchants, travellers and soldiers must have used over centuries. Its great bridge, built from ancient Nordic stone and watched over by dragon carvings, connects two sides of the Karth River in a dramatic, symbolic display of strength. And yet, Despite the prime location, Dragon Bridge still feels like a ghost of relevance. Not many people really come here. It lacks the bustle of a trading post, the defences of a border fort, or the vibrancy of a waypoint town. For many players, it is nothing more than a road stop they barely register before riding onward to solitude. It is a town perched on the edge, not just geographically, but narratively as well. The true star of Dragon Bridge is, of course, the bridge itself. Massive, stone-carved, and ancient. The bridge dominates the settlement, flanked by imposing dragon heads carved into its sides. It stands as one of the most striking architectural landmarks in all of Skyrim. It's functional as well, allowing trade, armies, and travellers to cross the roaring Karth River. But therein lies the problem. The bridge overshadows the town. When players hear the name Dragon Bridge, they think of the structure, not the settlement. The bridge is a landmark, a screenshot-worthy backdrop, a place that feels connected to Skyrim's mythic past. And the town? It's just a cluster of wooden houses that pale in comparison. The result is a place where the town exists in service to the bridge, not the other way around. And without it, Dragon Bridge might not even exist. What makes Dragon Bridge so unseen is not just its size, but its function. It is not a destination, it is a transition. Players ride through it on the way to solitude. Couriers sprint past it. Even quests that mention Dragon Bridge rarely linger here for long until you're in the end game. The settlement has no inn, beyond a humble tavern-like home. No guild hall, no market, no reason for the player to settle or stay. When you walk into the tavern, there is barely anyone there other than one person. In this way, Dragon Bridge embodies the feeling of being looked at but not seen. It is acknowledged as a waypoint, but rarely experienced as a place. Like a rest stop on a highway, it's there, it's real, but you move past it almost immediately. Dragon Bridge actually has quite a few residents. A lot of named NPCs live here, tending to their homes, raising families, and working the surrounding lands. There's the lumberman who keeps the sawmill running, and Fader who tends to her home and hearth. Yet these characters feel like shadows of themselves. They offer little dialogue and barely any quests, and they rarely tie into Skyrim's broader web of politics and myth. Compare this to Riverwood's blacksmith, who arms you for the journey, or Iverstead's townfolk, who beg you to climb the throat of the world. In Dragon Bridge, the people just exist, but they never truly speak. They are present, but unheard, mirroring the unseen nature of the town itself. One exception to Dragon Bridge's obscurity lies in the Penitus Oculatus outpost. This outpost, the Emperor's personal guard and intelligence service, establishes a small stronghold here. For a moment, this gives Dragon Bridge significance, especially if you join the Dark Brotherhood questline. The outpost becomes a target, a reminder of the Empire's reach and the shadows trying to destroy it. And yet, even this fleeting spotlight seems to fade somewhat quickly. Once the relevant quest is over, the outpost remains, but it holds no further purpose. The Penitus Oculatus stand watch in a town where no one visits, guarding against threats that never come. It is emblematic of Dragon Bridge itself, poised for importance but quickly abandoned by the narrative. Again, geographically, Dragon Bridge sits at a political crossroads. It lies near Solitude, the heart of the Imperial power in Skyrim, but it also rests close to the Reach, a territory long contested between Nords, Imperials, and the native Forsworn. Its location makes it a natural choke point, a settlement that should hold strategic significance in the Civil War, but once again, this potential remains unused. The Stormcloaks never seize it, the Imperials never fortify it, the Forsworn never attack it. It is a place of potential battles, but not of actual ones. A stage built for a play that never comes. What strikes many players the most about Dragon Bridge is its silence. Other small towns hum with some sort of life. Miners at work in Darkwater Crossing, dockhands moving cargo in Dawnstar, priests holding rituals in Kynesgrove. But Dragon Bridge often feels empty. Its residents are scattered, rarely seen outdoors, and the central road lacks bustle. This creates an atmosphere of quiet neglect, You ride in, the river is roaring below, the bridge looming overhead, and nothing really greets you. No guard, no market, no lively tavern really chatter, they just kind of hum in the night. Just a silence that feels out of place on such a major road. The most telling sign of Dragon Bridge's neglect is how little the game uses it for storytelling. Beyond the endgame and Penitus Oculatus and a single bounty quest, Dragon Bridge is barely referenced. No Daedric prince stirs trouble here, no guild recruits you from its homes, no artifact lies buried beneath its soil. Only once you get to the later quests is where it becomes significant. It exists as a setting without a story, a name on a map that offers almost nothing for most of the game. Compared to places like Shaw's Stone or Karthwasten, both of which tie directly into mining conflicts and quests for most of the game, Dragon Bridge feels like a town deliberately overlooked. To truly understand Dragon Bridge's invisibility, it helps to compare it with other small towns. Riverwood anchors the beginning of the main quest. Iverstead leads to High Hrothgar. Kyne's Grove hosts a dragon resurrection. Shaw's Stone ties into the Thieves Guild and mining economy. Karthwasten struggles with Imperial overreach and the Silverblood family. Each of these towns matter to an extent, if only briefly. Dragon Bridge, by contrast, never earns the moment. Even though its bridge is unforgettable and towards the end the town actually means something, the town attached to it still slips from memory almost as soon as you leave. It is the town that matters less than its landmark, and in that sense perhaps the most unseen of them all. And yet players do remember Dragon Bridge. They remember the bridge's dragon heads, the roar of the river below, the sense of passing something ancient and monumental. They may not remember the names of its residents or the quests that it had but still lacked, but they surely remember the feeling of being there. Dragon Bridge lingers not because of what it offers, but because of what it withholds. It feels like a town caught in suspension, a place that should have mattered but really doesn't. That emptiness tends to make it more memorable. Dragon Bridge is possibly Skyrim's most unseen town. It has the bones of significance, location, architecture, history, but it is given none of the narrative flesh that makes Skyrim's other settlements thrive. It is a place you pass through, a landmark overshadowing the lives of those who live beside it. And maybe that's the point, because not every town in Skyrim can be the heart of a questline, the spark of a Daedric tale, or the site of a dragon battle. Some exist only to remind us of the quiet ones, the places the world doesn't see, but which still go on existing anyway. Dragon Bridge stands eternal, the bridge that everyone notices and the town that no one does. In Skyrim, every place has a name, every ruin has a story, every cave has a bandit, a necromancer, a ghost with unfinished business. You can pick almost any point on the map and someone, some faction, some book, some loose thread of narrative will eventually guide you there. And yet, some places don't feel like they were ever meant to be found. Some places feel like they slipped through the cracks, built, textured, maybe even plotted out, and then quietly left behind. No quest markers, no radiant objectives, no dialogue hints from a drunken NPC in a tavern, just a name on a map. If you're lucky, a cold, unlabeled door, if you're not. This is one of those places. No one ever tells you to go there, no one even mentions it. But if you wander far enough east of Riften, past the stables, across the river, up the rocky slope towards the edge of the mountain, you might see it. A wooden scaffolding, a crumbling mine entrance. A place the world seems to have forgotten. The Lost Prospect mine doesn't open with a bang. It's not like Bleak Falls Barrow with its towering arches and blaring music cues. There's no combat encounter waiting at the threshold, no trap to dodge. You walk in and the world just gets quieter. The first room is small, dusty. A minecart is tipped over, gold ore litters the floor, glittering faintly in the gloom. There's a lantern, a pickaxe, and water, the sound of it faint and rhythmic deeper inside. At this point, you're thinking, okay, Standard abandoned mine, probably some skeevers, maybe a dead bandit with a journal and a minor treasure. But then you notice something strange. There are no enemies at all. None. Just tunnels and silence. As you move deeper, the mine widens. You reach a larger cavern, water running through it, and a series of ledges above you. There's a broken ladder, a few more carts, and you start to wonder what actually happened here. Why was it abandoned, and why did no one ever come back? And then, in a narrow side chamber, you find him. A corpse. 2 corpses, actually. A man and a woman dead, frozen together. Next to him is a letter. It's short, rambling. If you read it and realize this wasn't a mine that was closed by force. It wasn't overrun by spiders or something dark. It was closed because of obsession. The prospector believed there was more gold here, a lot more. His partners didn't believe him, they left, but he stayed. Kept digging, kept dreaming until the dream became all there was. The note ends with something like, "I'm close, I can feel it." And then he died right there. A pickaxe on the floor, a lantern running out of oil, and nothing else to say for him. There's no boss at the end of Lost Prospect Mine. No chest full of rare loot. No artifact waiting on a pedestal. If you climb the ledges above and navigate the broken scaffolds and explore every inch, you'll find a few extra gold veins. But that's it. Just some ore. Which in a game like Skyrim feels strange. Wrong, even. You've been trained to expect more. Big reveal, big reward, big battle. But the Lost Prospect Mine doesn't care about any of that. It gives you a name, a dead man, and a story you have to finish in your own head. And then it gives you nothing else, because that's what obsession leaves behind. Skyrim is loud, in most of the right ways. Dragons scream through the clouds, swords clash, lightning crackles from your fingertips. But every now and then, the game gets quiet. Not just visually, but thematically and emotionally. The Lost Prospect Mine is one of those places. You don't come here for gold, you come here to remember what ambition sounds like after it's burnt out. This mine didn't collapse in a battle, it didn't get swallowed by the war, it wasn't cursed or haunted or corrupted. It was simply forgotten. Like a dream you thought was real until you wake up and realize no one else had it but you. And that maybe is why this place matters so much. Because it doesn't matter. Because someone once believed it did. Skyrim is a game that usually over-explains. It gives you journals, dialogue trees, exposition dumps, quest markers, flashing arrows, and redundant monologues from people who really want to tell you about their missing sword. But this mine doesn't really explain anything. You have to connect the dots. The prospector's note, the layout of the mine, the empty scaffolding, the fact that by the time you reach the deepest point in the cave, the gold is there, but the person who needed to see it never made it. And he was right, there was more gold, but that doesn't matter because he's dead now. And no one else cared enough to come back, not even to bury him. There's a type of location in Skyrim I've started thinking of as a pre-quest. These are places that feel like they were meant to have something tied to them. A Daedric artifact, a moral dilemma, a branching story about trust and betrayal. But for some reason, the part never got written. This location in Skyrim, the Lost Prospect Mine, feels like a pre-quest. You could build a whole story out of it. Maybe the prospector was cursed. Maybe the mine was a front for something darker. Maybe there's more gold, but every time someone comes for it, they vanish. But the game doesn't do that. It leaves the door open. And that's rarer than you think in a game like Skyrim. If you were to draw a map of Skyrim, not just the geography, but the psychology of its places, the Lost Prospect Mine would be a little dot at the edge of ambition. It's about what happens when you believe in something no one else does. It's about digging and digging and digging and never hitting bedrock. It's about thinking that if you just go a little further, if you just try a little harder, you'll eventually get the reward you were promised. And it's about how that promise can kill you. And it's about how the world might never even notice you're gone. Because the mine is so tucked away, so out of the public's eye that no one will ever think to go there other than prospectors. There are players who will never enter the Lost Prospect mine. They'll walk past it, ride past it, maybe even glance at it while chasing something bigger. And that's okay, because the game doesn't ask you to go there. But that's what makes it feel real, because the world is full of forgotten places. Houses with the lights off, offices with dust on desks, buildings with no footprints in the snow. Not every location gets a headline. Not every place gets a purpose. Some places exist simply because someone once needed them to, and then stopped. In most of Skyrim, gold means something, right? It's currency, it's value, it's the reward. But in the mine, gold is something else. It's the object of fixation, the illusion of purpose, the thing that a man clung to while the rest of the world moved on. And in that context, the gold in the mine isn't a treasure, it's a tombstone. You can mine it if you want, you can even sell it. But part of you knows this wasn't meant for you at all. It was meant for someone who never got to hold it. The Lost Prospect mine doesn't change. It doesn't scale with your level, it doesn't respawn, it doesn't evolve. It doesn't care if you're level 5 or level 50. You walk in, you see the story, and you walk out. It waits for you, but it doesn't need you. And when you leave, I bet it doesn't miss you either. Which makes it feel more real than half the quest hubs in the game. It's a scar and not a wound. Not everything in Skyrim is meant to be remembered. Some stories don't echo through the taverns, some places don't get marked on your map. Some people live and die between the lines of dialogue, between the cracks in the cave walls, between the Radiant events and the dragon fights. The Lost Prospect mine is one of those places. And maybe that's why I keep thinking about it, because I forgot it once as well. But now, I can't. In Skyrim, danger is usually loud. Dragons scream across the sky, bandits shout as they draw blades, magic crackles in the hands of those who defy the Nine. But not all danger announces itself. Some of Skyrim's most haunting places aren't in crypts or Daedric shrines. They're the quiet places, locations that don't offer gold or quests, places the game barely acknowledges. Places like Unger's Mill and Heartwood Mill, two isolated lumber mills, two quiet homes, one defined by loneliness, the other by grief. But neither one of them gets closure. But they're both pretty easy to miss, unless you stop, and unless you listen. Unger's Mill lies along the river, just east of Windhelm. There's almost no drama, it's just a dock, a house, and a water wheel, and a woman named Aerie. She and the two others working here are the sole residents, and Aerie is the one running the mill. She has no spouse, all her family have died, no guards, just her dog and the sound of wood being chopped. She speaks with a kind of quiet practicality. She offers you firewood, work, and that's about it. Her life is functional, self-contained, but unmistakably hollow. There's no tension here, but there's also no warmth. And the longer you stand in the mill's silence, the more it feels like a place waiting for someone who never came. Aerie is one of Skyrim's most easily overlooked characters. She has no questline, no deep dialogue tree, and no mention in any other storyline. But that simplicity is what makes her kind of interesting. She inherited the mill from her father. We're told this in passing, but that's about it. No legacy, no pride, no tradition, just responsibility. She doesn't complain, she doesn't lament her isolation, but her quiet rhythms, chopping firewood, tending the house, watching the river, feel less like choices and more like repetition, survival through routine. This isn't really grief, is it? It's something colder, something lonelier. And the game leaves her in that cycle indefinitely, every time you come back, she'll be doing the same thing over and over again. Across the map west of Riften, you find Heartwood Mill, resting on the southern shore of Lake Onrich. The layout is nearly identical to Unger's Mill, a house, a mill, and an NPC. But this one, Grosta, doesn't live in silence. She's angry because her husband left months ago and never returned. And unlike Aerie, Grosta actually talks about it. She believes he's dead, and she's bitter that he left them alone with the work, her and her son. And she says it plainly, "If you see my husband, tell him to get his sorry carcass home." But if you've already been to Trevor's Watch, a nearby fortress overrun by bandits, you end up knowing the truth. Grosta's husband is dead, face down in the mud. Eventually, after you finish the quest Fight or Flight, you can eventually tell Grosta that her husband has seemingly died. And when you tell her, she gets mixed feelings of sadness and relief. On opposite sides of Skyrim, two mills turn in silence. In one, Aerie works somewhat alone, bound by inheritance and isolation. In the other, Grosta lives with open grief, abandoned by a man whose fate she will never learn until you come around. These aren't loud stories. There's no quest markers, no rewards, just a feeling that someone once planned to say more but never did. Or maybe that someone knew saying less would leave the deepest impression. Because Skyrim rarely punishes players for not paying attention, but it rewards those who do. It's tempting to see these stories as unfinished content, cut quests, missing dialogue, lost design notes. But they're not unfinished. Maybe they're just open-ended. Grosta only finds out about her husband until you, the player, come around and do the quest. Aerie never leaves her mill. You can't change their outcomes, and that's what makes these places feel so human. In the real world, grief doesn't always come with answers, and loneliness doesn't always end in romance. Sometimes the world just goes on, and the world doesn't stop for it. And that is the same thing in Skyrim. Skyrim is full of life in certain places. Cities bustle, inns echo with bard songs and drunken laughter. Even the sawmills in places like Riverwood, Solitude or Riften are hubs of daily routine. Workers hauling logs, merchants barking prices, travellers passing through. These locations feel inhabited, interconnected and alive. But not Unger's Mill, and certainly not Heartwood Mill. Barely any travellers pass through it. These places feel separate, not just geographically but spiritually as well. They exist outside the rest of the Skyrim world. There are no other workers on Heartwood Mill, no buyers coming to haul timber, no carts loaded for shipment. Their lumber wheels just turn, but there's no one to collect the product. At Unger's Mill and Heartwood Mill, there's only routine. They're just refusing to stop. And that's what makes them kind of unsettling. They're not really abandoned, they're just half alive. What makes these mills even stranger is how untouched they are. They lie in Civil War territory, surrounded by unrest, but remain completely unaffected. No soldiers, no guards, and no bandits. They seem protected and somewhat preserved. Or they could just be forgotten, which makes them feel like echoes. Places left behind by the world, still functioning, but no longer relevant in the Skyrim era. They're still spinning, yes, but only because no one told them to stop. Back at Unger's Mill, Aerie doesn't have a missing husband. She isn't grieving anyone other than her father, which she rarely even shows signs of grieving. But that doesn't make her story any less heavy. Her mill is a monument to self-reliance. She lives there because she has to, because someone must keep the place running, because something about that wheel turning is tied to who she is and who her family was. But what happens when that wood eventually does run out? What happens when the storms come? Aerie is the kind of character who won't ask for help, and the game won't offer it. She barely has any dialogue herself. She's not broken, she's just alone. And in Skyrim, that might be worse than getting an arrow to the knee or getting brutally murdered by an ogre. But once you're finished looking at these mills, the water keeps moving, the wheel keeps turning, Groster and Aerie keep chopping wood, and the player just keeps walking. But something about these places do tend to stay with you, like a lot of things in Skyrim. Because Skyrim is a land of heroes, but also of forgotten people, forgotten places, and stories that only complete themselves if you're willing to notice them. The mills don't shout, they endure. And that somehow makes them the most haunting locations of all. In the far northern reaches of Skyrim, nestled between frost-bitten cliffs and blizzards that never rest, lies a place few known, and even fewer survive. The Chill. To most, it's not even a location. They've never heard of it, never seen it on the map, and certainly never dared to stumble into it by chance. It doesn't announce itself, nor does it offer the illusion of justice and fairness. Instead, it whispers a warning in the howling wind. This is where Winterhold sends those they wish forgotten, and within its glacial prison walls lies the skeletal remains of prisoners long dead. Silent, frozen figures who raise more questions than answers. The Chill is unlike any other prison in Skyrim. It is the only hold facility not managed by jailers or city guards, but by conjured frost atronics. Elemental beings of ice who offer no sympathy, no nourishment, and no reprieve. And in the farthest corners of this glacial cave, you find them. Locked cages, bedrolls iced over with time, and the bones of those who never left. But who are they? Why are they left to die? And what does this unassuming location tell us about Winterhold, the college, and the darker undercurrents of Skyrim's justice system? The Chill is not labelled on any map and cannot be found through exploration alone. In fact, the only way most players discover it is through an arrest in the hold of Winterhold, one of the least populated and most isolated regions in Skyrim. When you choose imprisonment over a fine in this hold, instead of waking up in a city cell, you awaken in a cave. The walls are slick with frost, the air is heavy with silence, the cells are small, metallic cages with adept-level locks. 3 of them line the cave's walls. Each cage contains a bedroll, some bones, and all emit a chilling aura of neglect. But unlike other jails in Skyrim, there is no exit mechanism, no waiting guard to release you after time has passed. This is a place where you are meant to escape or die in. But what truly sets the Chill apart is what you find when you look closely at the details. 2 of the cages contain human remains. There are no journals, no named markers, no dialogue triggers to identify them. The game offers no quest or backstory. It gives you only the image of these bones, curled up on bedrolls sealed behind iron bars. The implication is bleak. These were real prisoners, once alive, who died from exposure, starvation, or perhaps even at the hands of the frost trolls themselves. One cannot help but wonder, why are they so forgotten? Were they simply low-level criminals the Jarl wished to dispose of? Were they mages cast out of the College of Winterhold for breaking rules that went too far? Or were they political prisoners? People whose continued existence threatened the fragile order of a crumbling hold? There is one possibility that adds a particularly tragic angle. The college has a dark history. Members involved in necromancy, Daedric worship, and magical incidents have vanished with little explanation. These skeletal remains may be proof of those stories, evidence that the college doesn't exile its most dangerous members to the wilds, but locks them away in the Chill, where their mistakes can be quietly erased. While every other hold in Skyrim uses guards and jailers to maintain order, Winterhold relies on the frost trolls, summoned ice elementals. This is more than a mere aesthetic choice. It's emblematic of how Winterhold views its prisoners, not as citizens who've broken the law, but as expendables. People unworthy of even basic human dignity. These frost atronarchs don't feed, speak, or care. They won't hesitate to kill a prisoner attempting to escape. And their cold, mindless efficiency makes them the perfect tools for silent execution. If a prisoner were to die of starvation or illness, no guard would know. No reports would be filed, no one would ever visit the chill to retrieve their body. This system absolves any human of moral responsibility. It allows the authorities of Winterhold, whether the Jarl or the College, to maintain plausible deniability. The chill operates like a machine, and the Frost Atronachs are its gears. Players have speculated wildly over the years about who the skeletons in the chill may have been. Some theorists suggest that they could be remnants of the Great Collapse, the mysterious cataclysm that destroyed much of Winterhold and left the city in ruins. Perhaps in the chaos, the Jarl's court turned to the cruel punishments to maintain control. Others think the bones could belong to mages who dabbled in Daedric rituals or Black Soul gem magic, criminal acts even in the arcane lenient halls of the college. Reddit and the Elder Scrolls forums have pointed to possible connections with the Sigic Order or the remnants of the Mythic Dawn, hiding in plain sight and eliminated when discovered. Still, others believe the prisoners may not be criminals at all, but scapegoats. People who knew too much about the college's experiments or who bore witness to things the Jarl's court wanted buried. There's also the uncanny silence about the chill in-game. No NPC mentions it, not even the guards or mages. You only hear about it when you're going to jail. It's almost as if everyone in Winterhold is pretending it doesn't exist. This kind of narrative omission is pretty rare in Skyrim, and often a signal that something darker lurks beneath the surface. The use of magic for containment and execution is a theme deeply ingrained in Skyrim's lore. But in the chill, that theme is taken to its coldest extreme. Unlike the Dwemer ruins, this isn't a mystical place meant to awe, it's meant to erase. Prisoners here aren't just locked away, they're deleted. No one comes looking for them and no one knows their names. It's a brutal metaphor for the unchecked power of Winterhold's institution. The Jarl, weakened and powerless, in a hold lost to time, may be clinging to order by any means. The college, unregulated and secretive, could be using the chill as a dumping ground for their mistakes. And that makes the skeletons more than just a set dressing. They are narrative relics, fossils of a system that no longer sees justice as rehabilitation, but as erasure. Skyrim is full of mysteries, but few are as quietly chilling as the chill. The prison offers no quests, no dialogue, no direct lore, but it tells a story all the same. Through its design, its silence, and the forgotten bones of the prisoners, it paints a picture of a hold struggling to maintain power, a college guarding its secrets, and a justice system that would rather you freeze in silence than be heard in defiance. The skeletons remain not just as relics of failed escapes or neglected prisoners, but as symbols of a broader truth in Skyrim. Sometimes the coldest places aren't just made of ice, they're made of indifference. And in the end, maybe that's the scariest mystery of all. Because even in Skyrim, it's very rare to see something as neglected as this. Skyrim is a land filled with noise. Dragons tear through the skies. Cities bustle with life. Dungeons echo with the sounds of battle and discovery. Everywhere you go, the world seems to demand your attention. But not every place in Skyrim is like that. Some locations don't fight to be seen. They don't offer quests, rewards, or even clear stories. They sit quietly at the edges of the map, easy to miss and even easier to forget. These are the empty places, the abandoned ones, the locations that feel less like part of a game and more like something left behind. Some rest along the frozen northern coast. Some lay bare in bustling areas in Markarth. But when you first come into contact with an empty place, you realise something. No movement, no inhabitants, no explanation. Just the remains of something that didn't last. And in a world as loud and eventful as Skyrim, that kind of emptiness stands out more than anything else. Clam Digger's Camp is the kind of place most players will walk past without ever realising it exists. And in a game like Skyrim, that says a lot. It sits quietly along the northern coast, east of Dawnstar, where the Sea of Ghosts stretches endlessly into a pale frozen horizon. There are no dramatic ruins here, no towering Nordic structures carved into the mountains, no glowing markers pulling you in with the promise of something important. Just a small weathered camp pressed against the shoreline, exposed to the wind, the cold, and the constant sound of waves breaking against ice. At first glance, it barely feels like a location at all. A few bedrolls, a cooking spit, scattered tools, and the faint suggestion that someone once tried to live here. But that's all it is, a suggestion. There are no active inhabitants, no quests to guide you, no narrative thread to follow. It exists in a strange liminal space between presence and absence, where everything points to human activity, but nothing remains to confirm it. And that emptiness is what makes it so interesting, because Clam Digger's Camp isn't just abandoned, it feels forgotten. Not in the dramatic, tragic way that Skyrim often presents its ruins, with skeletons posed mid-story, or journals spelling out exactly what went wrong, but in a quieter, more unsettling way. There's no clear explanation for why it was left behind. No signs of struggle, no obvious danger, no final moment preserved in time. Whoever was here simply isn't anymore. And the game offers no answers as to why. That lack of context creates a very different kind of atmosphere, one that relies entirely on implication rather than exposition. You're left to fill in the gaps yourself, to imagine what life might have been like in a place like this. And more importantly, what could have driven someone to leave it behind? The location itself doesn't help much. The northern coast of Skyrim is one of the most inhospitable regions in the game. It's cold, isolated, and largely devoid of meaningful activity. Unlike the forests of Falkreath or the plains of Whiterun, there's very little sense of life here. The environment feels static, almost indifferent, as if it would remain exactly the same whether anyone lived there or not. And that indifference is key to understanding why this camp feels the way it does. It's not just empty, it's insignificant. Not in a designed sense, but a narrative one. This isn't a place the world cares about. It's not strategically important, not culturally relevant, not even particularly useful beyond the small, mundane act of gathering clams along the shore. Which raises an interesting question. Why was anyone here in the first place? The idea of someone choosing to live in such a harsh, isolated environment suggests a kind of quiet desperation. Maybe they were trying to get away from something. Maybe they had no other options. Or maybe they were simply drawn to the solitude, to the idea of existing at the very edge of the world where no one would bother them. Skyrim never tells you, and that uncertainty becomes part of the experience. It transforms the camp from a simple environmental detail into something more reflective, something that invites interpretation rather than delivering a very clear answer. And in doing so, it highlights one of the more subtle strengths of Skyrim's world design: its ability to create meaning through absence. Most of the game's more memorable locations rely on spectacle. Massive ruins, dramatic lighting, enemies waiting to challenge you. Clam Digger's Camp does the opposite. It removes all that. There's no danger here, no reward, no sense of progression. Just a quiet space that exists entirely outside the player's usual motivations. And because of that, it's easy to ignore. There's nothing pulling you in, nothing demanding your attention. You have to choose to stop, to look around, to consider what you're seeing. In a world filled with noise, dragons, quests, battles, constant movement, places like this create contrast. They slow things down. They give the player a moment to step outside the usual loop of action and reward and just exist in the space. And while that experience might not be as immediately engaging, it lingers in a different way, not as a memorable event, but as a feeling, a sense of quiet, of absence, of something that used to be there and isn't anymore. And in a game as large and as busy as Skyrim, that kind of emptiness can be just as meaningful as anything else. Deep Folk Crossing is one of those places in Skyrim that feels important the moment you see it. And yet, the longer you stay there, the more that importance begins to unravel into something quieter, something far more hollow. Located high in the mountains north of Markarth, it stretches across a deep chasm in the form of a massive Dwemer bridge, an imposing structure of stone and metal that immediately suggests purpose, scale, and history. From a distance, it looks like a landmark, the kind of place that should lead somewhere or guard something, or at the very least tell a story worth hearing. But when you finally arrive, when you step onto the bridge itself and take in your surroundings, what you're met with is not discovery, but absence. There are no bustling ruins here, no hidden city beneath it, no sprawling dungeon waiting to be explored. Just the bridge suspended over nothing, connecting one quiet stretch of mountain to another. And that's what makes Deep Folk Crossing so strangely compelling. It feels like a piece of something much larger. But whatever it once connected to is gone, leaving behind only this isolated fragment. The Dwemer, known for their advanced architecture and sprawling underground cities, built structures with clear intent. Their ruins are usually dense, complex, and filled with purpose. But this bridge stands apart from that pattern. It doesn't lead into a ruin. It doesn't act as an entrance or a gateway. It simply exists, elevated and exposed, as if it was once part of a system that has long since disappeared. And that creates a unique kind of emptiness. Not the emptiness of a place that was abandoned in a hurry, but the emptiness of something that has outlived its own function. There's a difference between a location that feels unfinished and one that feels forgotten. And Deep Folk Crossing sits firmly in the latter category. It doesn't feel like it was meant to be more and never became it. It feels like it was once part of something meaningful, something complete, and over time that context eroded until only this single structure remained. The environment around it reinforces that feeling. The mountains are quiet, the air still, the sounds coming from the wind and the distant wildlife that barely interacts with the space. There are no NPCs living there, no signs of recent activity, no evidence that anyone has tried to reclaim or repurpose the structure. It's not dangerous, not particularly rewarding, and not tied to any major quest, which means most players will visit it once, if at all, and then move on without much thought. But if you stop and look at it, really look at it, the bridge starts to feel less like a location and more like a question. Why is it here? What did it connect to? Why build something so large in such an isolated place when you can just go around? Skyrim never answers these questions, and that silence becomes part of the experience. It forces you to confront the idea that not every piece of the world is meant to be understood, that some places exist purely as remnants of a past that can no longer be fully reconstructed. And that idea ties into something larger about the Dwemer themselves. They are one of the most mysterious civilizations in the Elder Scrolls universe, known as much for their sudden disappearance as for their technological achievements. Their ruins are scattered across Skyrim, each one hinting at a culture that was both advanced and deeply enigmatic. But most of those ruins still function, in a way. They still have mechanisms, enemies, systems that give them a sense of presence. Deep Folk Crossing doesn't have any of that. It's static, silent, completely removed from the systems that define other Dwemer locations. And because of that, it feels closer to a monument than a ruin. Not something to explore, but something to observe. A structure that has lost its context, but retained its form. And that creates a different kind of atmosphere, one that leans heavily into isolation. Standing on the bridge, surrounded by open sky and distant mountains, you're not thinking about combat or loot or progression. You're thinking about scale, about time, about the idea that something so massive could be reduced to something so empty. It's a reminder that Skyrim's world isn't just built around the player's journey. It's built on layers of history, many of which are incomplete, fragmented, or entirely missing. Deep Fog Crossing embodies that fragmentation in a way few other locations do. It's not just that it's empty, it's that its emptiness feels intentional, as if the game is deliberately presenting you with a piece of a puzzle that you'll never be able to solve. Kenstag Ruins are part of the unique places in Skyrim that feels less like a location and more like a fleeting memory, something you're not even meant to fully experience, only briefly witness before it disappears again. Situated east of Morthal in the fog-covered marshes of Yarmarch, the ruins themselves are already easy to miss. The region is flat, desolate, and choked with mist, the kind of environment where visibility is low and landmarks blur into one another. It's not a place players tend to explore thoroughly, and even when they do, Kenstag Ruins don't immediately stand out. At first glance, it's just another set of crumbling Nordic stones, partially collapsed and swallowed by the surrounding swamp. There are no enemies waiting to ambush you, no obvious loot that draws you in, no quest marker pointing you towards its significance. It feels empty in the most literal sense. But what makes Kenstag Ruins truly unique and deeply unsettling is that its emptiness isn't consistent, and it changes. Under the right conditions at night, obscured by the ever-present fog, the ruins reveal something that feels almost like it shouldn't be there at all. A group of ghostly figures locked in an eternal silent standoff, both frozen in place as if time itself has been interrupted. There's no movement, no dialogue, no interaction. Just a moment suspended in stillness. And then, just as suddenly as they appear, they're gone. No explanation, no follow-up, no way to engage with what you just saw. The ruins return to their original state, empty, quiet, and seemingly insignificant. This is what sets these ruins apart from almost every other location in Skyrim. It doesn't just lack content, it withholds it. It gives you a glimpse of something meaningful, and then immediately takes it away, leaving you with more questions than answers. Most locations in the game are built around permanence. Enemies respawn, loot resets, environments remain largely unchanged. Kenstag Ruins breaks that pattern by introducing something temporary, something that exists outside the normal rules of the game world. And because of that, it feels less like a designed encounter and more like an anomaly. Something you weren't supposed to see, or at the very least, something that doesn't want to be understood. The figure themselves only deepen that sense of mystery. The ghost you see that leads you to a tomb where bandits are trying to rob is almost contradicting of the whole place entirely. It shows that even in the most abandoned places, the worries of life can still be seen, which makes this ruin even more haunting to this day. But the game never explains who they are, what their story is, or why this moment is being played here, in this forgotten corner of the map. There are no journals, no environmental clues other than the tomb that is being raided. It's just the image itself, stark and silent. It's a form of storytelling that relies entirely on implication, asking the player to interpret meaning from a single, unchanging scene. And in doing so, it creates a different kind of engagement. You're not uncovering a narrative piece by piece. You're confronting the absence of one, trying to make sense of something that refuses to be explained. The environment plays a crucial role in reinforcing this feeling. Yarmarch is already one of the most isolated and atmospheric regions in Skyrim. The constant fog, the mutated colours, the lack of major settlements. It all contributes to a sense of detachment from the rest of the world. Kenstag Ruins fits perfectly within that landscape. It doesn't break the silence, it becomes a part of it. And when the spectral figure appears, they don't disrupt the atmosphere so much as intensify it. They feel like a natural extension of the environment, as if the land itself is remembering something briefly before letting it fade again. This makes the ruins feel less like a physical space and more like a point where the boundaries between past and present blur. A place where something unresolved lingers, not actively, but passively, waiting to be seen by those who happen to pass through at the right moment. It's also worth noting how easy it is to miss this entirely. If you visit during the day or simply don't spend enough time in the area, you might never see the apparition at all. And in that case, Kenstag Ruins remains exactly what it appears to be: an empty, unremarkable set of stones in an already empty region. And that duality is part of what makes it so effective. The Hunter's Camp with the sulfur-soaking pools is one of the rare places in Skyrim where emptiness doesn't feel unsettling, but instead it almost feels comforting, like a quiet pocket of the world that exists completely separate from the chaos surrounding it. Located near Darkwater Crossing, a region otherwise defined by mining, hardship, and the looming presence of conflict, the camp sits beside a series of natural hot springs that gently steam against the cold air. The landscape here is striking in a way that doesn't demand attention, but rewards it. Pale mineral deposits ring the water, soft light reflects off the surface, and the constant hiss of sulfur vents creates a kind of ambient stillness that feels more alive than silent. It's the kind of place that feels like it should be more important than it is, or at the very least more populated. But it isn't. Instead, what you find here is a small, almost fragile presence of life. Just 3 hunters going about their routines with no sense of urgency, no larger narrative pulling them elsewhere. And despite their presence, the area still feels empty. Not abandoned, not forgotten, but intentionally sparse, as if the world itself is choosing to leave this place alone. That contrast is what makes the location so interesting. In most cases, emptiness in Skyrim is tied to loss or absence, places where something used to be and no longer is. But here, the emptiness exists alongside life. The hunters are not struggling to survive in a harsh environment, nor are they remnants of something greater that has fallen apart. They are simply there, existing in a space that doesn't require anything of them. There's no tension, no conflict, no underlying threat that needs to be resolved. Because of that, the camp feels remarkably stable, almost timeless in a way that few other locations in the game achieve. It's not waiting for something to happen. It's not building towards an event. It just is. And that sense of stillness creates a different kind of atmosphere, one that stands in stark contrast to the rest of the region. Darkwater Crossing, just a short distance away, is defined by labour and limitation, a mining settlement where people are tied to routine and obligation. Beyond that, Skyrim itself is a province of constant motion, dragons attacking, civil war unfolding, quests pulling the player in every direction. But at the sulfur-soaking pools, all of that feels distant, almost irrelevant. The world slows down here, the usual urgency fades, and in its place there's a kind of quiet appreciation for the environment itself. The sound of the water, the movement of the steam, the way that light interacts with the landscape. These details become more noticeable precisely because there's so little competing for your attention. It's a form of emptiness that enhances the experience rather than diminishing it. And yet, despite how inviting the location feels, it remains largely untouched. The fact that there are only 3 hunters here emphasises just how underutilised the space is. In a more typical design, a place like this would be a hub, a settlement, or at least a point of interest with multiple interactions. But Skyrim leaves it almost entirely alone. The hunters don't offer much in terms of dialogue or engagement. They don't anchor a quest or provide a deeper narrative. They simply occupy the space, giving it just enough life to prevent it from feeling abandoned, but not enough to make it feel busy. And that balance is what makes the emptiness so noticeable. It's not the absence of people, it's the absence of activity, the absence of purpose beyond simply being there, which in a game so often driven by goals and progression, feels almost unusual. You're not here to complete anything, you're not here to gain anything significant, you're just here. And that can feel surprisingly meaningful. because it highlights something that Skyrim rarely emphasizes: the idea that not every location needs to serve a function. Some places can exist purely for their atmosphere, their mood, their ability to create a certain feeling. The Hunter's Camp is one of those places. It doesn't try to impress you with scale or complexity. It doesn't hide secrets or challenge you with enemies. Instead, it offers something much simpler: a moment of calm in a world that rarely slows down. And in doing so, it becomes more memorable than many of the game's more populated areas. Because those places, while full of activity, are often defined by that activity. They're tied to the quests, to the characters, to the systems that keep the player moving forward. The pools, by contrast, ask nothing of you. It doesn't push you in any direction, and it doesn't even try to hold your attention. The burnt down house in Morthal, the one at the centre of the Laid to Rest quest, is one of the clearest examples of how Skyrim uses emptiness not just as atmosphere, but as contrast, placing something deeply unsettling right beside something that, on the surface, continues to function as normal. Morthal itself is already a strange town, quiet and fog-covered, lacking the energy of places like Whiterun or Solitude. But it is still lived in. People move about, conversations happen, routines continue. There is a sense of life, even if it's muted. And then there's the house, or what's left of it, sitting just off to the side, blackened and collapsed in on itself. It doesn't blend into the environment so much as disrupts it. It's a permanent scar on the town's landscape, something that cannot be ignored no matter how much the townsfolk might try to move past it. Unlike many abandoned locations in Skyrim, this one has a clear history, a known event tied to it, a fire that killed a woman and her child. But what makes it so effective isn't the event itself, it's what comes after. The house isn't rebuilt, it isn't cleaned up, it isn't repurposed, it's left exactly as it is. A charred skeleton of wood and ash, sitting in the middle of community that continues to exist around it. That decision creates a kind of tension that most locations in Skyrim don't have. The town is active, but this space within is not. It's empty in the most literal sense, devoid of life, but also heavy with implication. You're not just looking at a ruin, you're looking at something that people in the world actively know about, something recent enough to still matter, and yet it remains untouched. And that raises questions, not in the same mysterious, abstract way as places like Kenstag Ruins, but in a more grounded, human way. Why hasn't anything been done about this? Why is it still here out in the open instead of being cleared away or rebuilt? The answer implied through dialogue and the quest itself. It's that this situation isn't resolved. The fire wasn't just an accident. There's something wrong beneath the surface of Morthal, something the townspeople are aware of but hesitant to confront. And so the house remains, not just as a reminder of what happened, but as a symbol of that unresolved tension. It's not abandoned because it was forgotten. It's abandoned because no one wants to deal with what it represents. That distinction is important, because it shifts the nature of the emptiness. This isn't a place that time has moved past. It's a place that time is stuck on. The rest of Morthal continues forward. People go about their lives maintaining the appearance of normalcy, but the house anchors everything in place. It refuses to let the town fully move on. And when you approach it, when you step into the remains of the structure, that feeling becomes even more pronounced. There's very little to interact with, no enemies, no loot of significance, no complex layout to explore. Just debris, ash, and the faint outline of what used to be a home. It's quiet in a way that feels intentional, as if the game is asking you to sit with the space rather than do anything about it. And that stillness contrasts sharply with the idea of a home, a place that should be filled with warmth, activity, and life. Instead, you get the opposite: cold, silence, and absence. And yet, just like within the town itself, there's more beneath the surface. The Laid to Rest quest reveals that emptiness isn't entirely empty. The spirit of the child, Helgi, lingers, tied to the location in a way that blurs the line between presence and absence. This adds another layer to the space, turning it from a simple ruin into something more emotionally charged. It's no longer just about what was lost, but about what remains, not physically, but spiritually. Refugees Rest, located along the harsh eastern edge of Skyrim near the border of Morrowind and the Dunmouth Pass, is one of those locations that feels defined not by what's there, but by what should be there and isn't. At a glance, it appears to be exactly what the name suggests, a small makeshift shelter meant for people in transit. A temporary stop for those fleeing something behind them or searching for something ahead. There are a few basic supplies, a tent, signs of survival, rather than settlement. But despite that implication of movement, of passing through, the place feels completely still. There are no refugees when you arrive, no travellers resting, no voices, no sense that anyone has been there recently. It's not bustling, not even lightly occupied. It's just empty. And that emptiness carries a very different tone compared to the other abandoned places in Skyrim. This isn't a ruin reclaimed by time or a structure left behind after some dramatic event. It's a place built for people who never came. Or perhaps came and left so quietly that they may as well have never been there at all. The surrounding environment reinforces that feeling. This part of Skyrim is cold, jagged, and unwelcome, with the looming presence of Morrowind just beyond the mountains. The Dunmouth Pass itself suggests transition, a crossing point between regions, cultures, and histories. It's the kind of place where you would expect movement, especially in a world shaped by conflict, displacement, and political tension. The Red Mountain eruption, the ongoing instability in Morrowind, the border unrest across Tamriel, all of these factors imply that there should be people on the move, seeking refuge wherever they can find it. And yet, Refugees Rest stands alone, untouched by that movement. It feels like a preparation for something that never fully materialized, or perhaps a quiet acknowledgement of suffering that the game never directly shows. That absence becomes more striking the longer you consider it. Skyrim is filled with stories of war, exile, and hardship. But many of those stories are told through active quests or populated locations. Here the story is implied entirely through the name and the setting, without any characters to reinforce it. You're left to imagine the kinds of people who might have needed a place like this. Families fleeing their homes, individuals escaping conflict, travellers with nowhere else to go. And then you're confronted with the reality that none of them are here. The shelter exists, but the people it was meant for do not. This creates a subtle but powerful disconnection between expectation and reality. The name Refugees Rest suggests life, movement, and temporary community. What you find instead is silence, and that silence feels heavier because of what the name implies. It's not just an empty camp. It's an empty promise, a place that represents safety and relief, but offers neither in practice. This is where the location starts to feel less like physical space and more like a commentary on the world around it. Skyrim is a province caught in conflict, filled with political tension and social division. It's not a place particularly welcoming to outsiders, especially those arriving with nothing. The existence of Refugees Rest suggests that someone at some point recognized the need for a place like this. But its emptiness suggests that recognition wasn't enough. Whether due to the harshness of the environment, the lack of resources, or the broader indifference of the world, the space remains unused, and that unused state becomes part of its identity. Skyrim is often remembered for its scale, its noise, and its constant sense of movement. Dragons circle overhead, cities carry on with their routines, and quests pull you endlessly from one place to another. It's a world that feels alive, or at the very least, always in motion. But what these empty and abandoned places reveal is that Skyrim's world isn't defined solely by what's happening. It's equally shaped by what isn't. Each of these locations present a different kind of emptiness. Clam Digger's Camp shows us what it's like when a place is simply left behind with no clear explanation, only the quiet suggestion of a life that didn't last. Deep Fault Crossing turns absence into something structural, a massive piece of architecture that has outlived its purpose, standing as a fragment of something we've never fully understood. What ties all of these together is not just that they're empty, but how they are empty. Skyrim doesn't treat absence as a single idea. Sometimes it's peaceful, sometimes it's unsettling, sometimes it raises questions, and other times it refuses to answer them entirely. These places don't guide you, don't reward you, and often don't even acknowledge your presence. They simply exist, quietly at the edges of the world. And in doing so, they reveal something important. Not every story in Skyrim is told through action or dialogue. Some are told through silence, through stillness, through the spaces where something should be and isn't. Because in a world so full of noise, it's often the quietest places that leave the strongest impression. In the far northern reaches of Skyrim, nestled between frost-bitten cliffs and blizzards that never rest, lies a place few known, and even fewer survive. The Chill. To most, it's not even a location. They've never heard of it, never seen it on the map, and certainly never dared to stumble into it by chance. It doesn't announce itself, nor does it offer the illusion of justice and fairness. Instead, it whispers a warning in the howling wind. This is where Winterhold sends those they wish forgotten, and within its glacial prison walls lies the skeletal remains of prisoners long dead. Silent, frozen figures who raise more questions than answers. The Chill is unlike any other prison in Skyrim. It is the only hold facility not managed by jailers or city guards, but by conjured frost atronics. Elemental beings of ice who offer no sympathy, no nourishment, and no reprieve. And in the farthest corners of this glacial cave, you find them. Locked cages, bedrolls iced over with time, and the bones of those who never left. But who are they? Why are they left to die? And what does this unassuming location tell us about Winterhold, the college, and the darker undercurrents of Skyrim's justice system? The Chill is not labelled on any map and cannot be found through exploration alone. In fact, the only way most players discover it is through an arrest in the hold of Winterhold, one of the least populated and most isolated regions in Skyrim. When you choose imprisonment over a fine in this hold, instead of waking up in a city cell, you awaken in a cave. The walls are slick with frost, the air is heavy with silence, the cells are small, metallic cages with adept-level locks. 3 of them line the cave's walls. Each cage contains a bedroll, some bones, and all emit a chilling aura of neglect. But unlike other jails in Skyrim, there is no exit mechanism, no waiting guard to release you after time has passed. This is a place where you are meant to escape or die in. But what truly sets the Chill apart is what you find when you look closely at the details. 2 of the cages contain human remains. There are no journals, no named markers, no dialogue triggers to identify them. The game offers no quest or backstory. It gives you only the image of these bones, curled up on bedrolls sealed behind iron bars. The implication is bleak. These were real prisoners, once alive, who died from exposure, starvation, or perhaps even at the hands of the frost trolls themselves. One cannot help but wonder, why are they so forgotten? Were they simply low-level criminals the Jarl wished to dispose of? Were they mages cast out of the College of Winterhold for breaking rules that went too far? Or were they political prisoners? People whose continued existence threatened the fragile order of a crumbling hold? There is one possibility that adds a particularly tragic angle. The college has a dark history. Members involved in necromancy, Daedric worship, and magical incidents have vanished with little explanation. These skeletal remains may be proof of those stories, evidence that the college doesn't exile its most dangerous members to the wilds, but locks them away in the Chill, where their mistakes can be quietly erased. While every other hold in Skyrim uses guards and jailers to maintain order, Winterhold relies on the Frost Trolls, summoned ice elementals. This is more than a mere aesthetic choice. It's emblematic of how Winterhold views its prisoners, not as citizens who've broken the law, but as expendables. People unworthy of even basic human dignity. These Frost Atronachs don't feed, speak, or care. They won't hesitate to kill a prisoner attempting to escape. And their cold, mindless efficiency makes them the perfect tools for silent execution. If a prisoner were to die of starvation or illness, no guard would know. No reports would be filed, no one would ever visit the Chill to retrieve their body. This system absolves any human of moral responsibility. It allows the authorities of Winterhold, whether the Jarl or the College, to maintain plausible deniability. The Chill operates like a machine, and the Frost Atronachs are its gears. Players have speculated wildly over the years about who the skeletons in the Chill may have been. Some theorists suggest that they could be remnants of the Great Collapse, the mysterious cataclysm that destroyed much of Winterhold and left the city in ruins. Perhaps in the chaos, the Jarl's court turned to the cruel punishments to maintain control. Others think the bones could belong to mages who dabbled in Daedric rituals or Black Soul gem magic, criminal acts even in the arcane lenient halls of the College. Reddit and the Elder Scrolls forums have pointed to possible connections with the Sigic Order or the remnants of the Mythic Dawn, hiding in plain sight and eliminated when discovered. Still, others believe the prisoners may not be criminals at all, but scapegoats. People who knew too much about the College's experiments, or who bore witness to things the Jarl's court wanted buried. There's also the uncanny silence about the Chill in-game. No NPC mentions it, not even the guards or mages. You only hear about it when you're going to jail. It's almost as if everyone in Winterhold is pretending it doesn't exist. This kind of narrative omission is pretty rare in Skyrim, and often a signal that something darker lurks beneath the surface. The use of magic for containment and execution is a theme deeply ingrained in Skyrim's lore, but in the Chill, that theme is taken to its coldest extreme. Unlike the Dwemer ruins, this isn't a mystical place meant to awe, it's meant to erase. Prisoners here aren't just locked away, they're deleted. No one comes looking for them and no one knows their names. It's a brutal metaphor for the unchecked power of Winterhold's institution. The Jarl, weakened and powerless, in a hold lost to time, may be clinging to order by any means. The College, unregulated and secretive, could be using the Chill as a dumping ground for their mistakes. And that makes the skeletons more than just a set dressing. They are narrative relics, fossils of a system that no longer sees justice as rehabilitation, but as erasure. Skyrim is full of mysteries, but few are as quietly chilling as the Chill. The prison offers no quests, no dialogue, no direct lore, but it tells a story all the same. Through its design, its silence, and the forgotten bones of the prisoners, it paints a picture of a hold struggling to maintain power, a college guarding its secrets, and a justice system that would rather you freeze in silence than be heard in defiance. The skeletons remain not just as relics of failed escapes or neglected prisoners, but as symbols of a broader truth in Skyrim. Sometimes the coldest places aren't just made of ice, they're made of indifference. And in the end, maybe that's the scariest mystery of all. Because even in Skyrim, it's very rare to see something as neglected as this.